live from Wrigley Field in Chicago. Okay. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. Trust me, I'm going to go home pretty soon. So I'm going to let you guys do your thing. I'm telling you, I told you I was in ICU for four days. I'm not drinking beer or doing nothing anymore. It's true. All right. So, if I'm sitting up, slumping, leaning back, kind of get yourself a general framing for this. The first
Patrick, are you hearing anything now?
Are you happy? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the city of Palo Alto. My name is Roger. I'll be your pilot and guide as we go on a short trip around the 8 floors that make up this wonderful building. Oh, still talking. I'm talking, I'm speaking, I'm speaking, I'm talking. I hear.
Do you hear me now?
Yep,
A little bit? Okay. What about now? Is there anything crazy going on, or do you just hear me?
No, fine. I mean, is it really good audio? No, but it's like- that's correct. But they have to talk and they have to turn their microphones on. They do. Yeah, but I'm just another source where we're recording it to. We're getting their audio, a different path. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. Well, no, I don't want them all on at once. All on at once is bad. Okay. Okay. So, so Patrick, you said that you can hear me, but you don't hear David through the Skype. That's really, really good. That means that in that room, they have to use their microphones for you to hear them. That's really, really good. And that means we're not going to have any delay or slap or feedback. That, they have to. It may be frozen. Move the camera a little bit. Just move your camera. There you go. It moves. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my video. Well, the camera may be upside down. Okay. No, that's correct to what I'm seeing. I do. His hand's sticking out. Yep. So the video monitor that's in black is on your right as you're looking at the screen. Okay, so that's mirrored the image is what it's done. Uh, yeah, I mean, I don't like the composition of this shot, but it will work. So because it's too raking. I mean, most of the info. Did I do that again? I did. You just punched me in black. Hello? Okay. Well, that's fine. Excuse me. Two, 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 two. Is that coming out of the steering? Right. Gotta kill that. Yeah. Kill it.
Hi. I wasn't I wasn't sure if you were calling me or I was calling you. Not really. I can see somebody, but I don't think it's you, David. It's a very bad line. I don't know. Can you hear me okay? Oh, good. Okay, hi. Okay. Down. All right, is that down? Is that Ooh, exciting. I was just kind of trying it out because I'm in this hotel room. So I'll be here, and if you phone me when you want to, that's perfect. It doesn't matter when. I just wanted to make sure that it was all going to work when we actually did it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to switch it off? Actually, there's so little light in this room. It's amazing. And I can't get any more light than that. So is that better or is that worse? Sorry? Yes. And there's a light. Yeah. Now I'm. Okay. Goody. That's great. Well, I'll wait for your call. Okay, great. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Is it Jenny Smith?
Do you have any action to report from the closed session?
No action to report from the closed session.
Thank you.
So Linda's not here?
We lost her feed, so she's looking at how to get her.
Yeah, they're going to try and get her back. Tom.
And are we still doing libraries tonight, or?
No, we're not doing libraries. Yeah. Good evening and welcome. So the way we normally do it is you give a short introduction and then council members ask questions, and if there's time for a closing, you can give a closing.
Hi, my name is Jenny Smith. Good evening. That's better. My name is Jenny Smith. I am a recent transplant from San Francisco to Palo Alto. I did grow up here, spent, good 18 years here. And recently my husband and daughter and I moved back to be closer to family. And in San Francisco I worked in real estate, and now I'm mostly working with my daughter. And my experience with art in San Francisco has primarily been in volunteer with ArtSpan organization, helping them with their fundraising. And as far as being an artist, I have a slight obsession with heavy equipment and machinery, paired with iconic San Francisco architecture. And that came about really from working directly, volunteering at the Burning Man Festival, and seeing how the cranes, and VRLs and other equipment interacted with humans. And then, so that's kind of the intro. And,
Go ahead, Tom.
So you're a burner. Two questions. Are you going to take your daughter to Burning Man? And
No.
What have you seen at Burning Man that you think would apply to public art in Palo Alto?
Certainly. Well, one of the things that I really enjoyed seeing was Aurora when it was here, Charles Gadikin's interactive art piece. And I'd love to see more interactive art, like the LED sculptures near the library. I don't know. I've seen so much art there that really doesn't apply anywhere else except in that context. But I think primarily more interactive art, I think, is what's most exciting to me.
Lydia?
So I was very interested to see that you like Greg Brown's murals all around town. So what would you envision for Palo Alto, to engage, like you said, all the residents from old to young using murals? What would you envision?
Certainly. Well, I really also enjoy mosaic art and incorporating that into murals. And I know there are some murals around town that have been created with Girl Scout troops or Boy Scout troops, or I think it's important to engage children at a very young age with art. Because it changes their lives. I mean, it's opening up their curiosity, like at the JMZ about science and nature. Well, to me, it'd be really interesting to, update sort of the mural. There's a mosaic mural at Robles Park that I think could use an update, and I'd love to see more of that. In San Francisco, there's the Moraga Street Steps that incorporates mural or mosaics, and it kind of makes a mural going up a staircase, which is kind of cool. So that would be one idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Karen?
What is your experience? You mentioned the staircase. What's your thought, and do you have any ideas in Palo Alto about functional art?
I guess I don't really understand the term functional art. Like the staircase.
Like wayfinding, could be art instead of just plain old signage. That's one example.
Certainly. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I know that, I don't know. You stumped me.
It wasn't the intention.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Adrian?
Thank you for coming. I noticed you mentioned one in your application about events and kind of how we can do them efficiently, and you also mentioned Burning Man. I'm wondering if you have any ideas there for Palo Alto. Like, are we doing events well? Could we do them better? What would be more fun?
Certainly. Well, I'm definitely excited about the Code Art, I believe it's called, coming up. I think as far as events, I know like there was an Earth Day event that went on recently, and maybe I'm just not reading the right newspapers or publications, but that there could be more outreach or maybe social media or something where it gets into people, in front of people so that you do get, a good turnout. But I think Palo Alto does have some excellent events, we're planning on going hopefully to the Mayfet Parade again. And so there are a lot of, interesting things already happening. And then just promoting, I guess, to a larger degree.
So what's your favorite piece of art in Palo Alto? Public art.
Sure. One of the things that I really like a lot, which I just revisited, is at Hoover Park, the bears.
Oh, yeah. I love the
I think
bears.
it's Beth. I can't remember, Nybeck, I believe is her name. I just love how it feels like you're walking into this forest, and I actually took some pictures with my daughter. She was wearing this little like hoodie with ears, and she was like coming up to him, and I like the fact that they're playful, and I think a lot of art really helps us get out of the mundane of our everyday lives, and helps us remember that life's just, it's more about play, and it's like you play music, you don't work music, right? It's like an Alan Watts thing I just saw recently or listened to. But I like that in that case it's in this forest setting, and then, the art, you can also, we were sort of knocking on it a little, and it made these little sounds, and she was just fascinated by that. She's 2 years old, and seeing the world through her eyes is really neat. So that's one of my favorite pieces. I also like the one, it's a little odd, but it's the car at Bowden Park, Run, I think. I don't know I can't remember the artist's name right now, but I just like that one because people are speeding by there so much, and it's one of the kind of less known parks, I believe. It's sort of tucked away right there, so I think those two. Also the mural under California Avenue, I'm really excited about that getting a refresh. So I used to go under there a lot when we lived near California Avenue.
And what would be your least favorite piece, or something that doesn't call to you?
My husband and I actually talked about this somewhat. I haven't seen all of the public art here in town, but one of the ones we're not as excited about was just the fountain at California Avenue. It's okay. I mean, and the other one that's a little unnerving, also on California Avenue, is I'm totally blanking on the name, but with the stomach.
Go Mama.
Go Mama. Yeah, but I don't. It's all. People have different opinions about art, so.
Anyone
Yeah.
else? Did you want to give a short closing, or
No,
you
I
don't
just
have to?
want to say thank you for the opportunity to come in and interview. It's exciting to have the chance to start participating in local government, and especially after the last elections, I feel like it's important that more people get involved. So,
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks. Oh no, turn.
Okay, so we have Linda waiting for a call.
All right.
Super quickly.
Karen, Bowden Park is the one across from California.
It's Lydia.
Oh, it's Lydia. It's you. Yeah, it's Bowden Park.
Yeah, you go through the mural, see the mural, and then you can go see the running car.
Bar next to Alma, across from the train station.
It is, it's funny. So this is Linda, right?
This is Linda, and joining us from, well, we'll see, after I drop this, maybe that's not gonna be.
She's the first one.
We're choosing 4 for art, 2 for HRC, and 2 for yours.
So I guess we probably should have reprinted those in the interview.
Well, you have the, I think it's in the interview order on this side one.
Oh, from when we did the deciding who to appoint for the interview.
Do you have an extra copy that you can get someone for Get Karen the?
That's healthy.
How's it going, Linda?
Well, welcome, Linda.
Hi, look. Good.
So where are you calling us from?
I can't see you, though, I'm afraid. I'm calling you from Wichita. I can't see you, though. It's not working at my end.
Is the camera turned off in that bottom left corner? Okay, how about
Is that button?
now?
What if you hit that button in the bottom left?
Ah, there we go.
Ah, there you all are. Yeah, hi. Hello. That's better. Good. Good. Hello.
Well,
Good.
well, welcome. The way we typically do it is we hear from you for a short statement, and then we'll ask you some questions. Then you can do a closing statement if you want.
Okay, great. So a little bit about me, I guess, is the statement that I'd like to make, and why I think I'd be a good candidate. I've lived in Palo Alto for about 10 years, and before that, I lived in Atherton for 20, so I'm a local person who knows the area pretty well. My primary career was that of a research physician, but I've always loved art, been an artist, and an appreciator of art. So when the sort of time and income balance allowed me, I focused on art. And since that time, I've taken multiple courses, full and part-time, at the Slade in London, which is part of London University, San Francisco Art Institute, and obviously several great evening courses at Stanford. In 2003, I had a small contemporary art gallery in Palo Alto for 6 months. I hope some of you went there, but maybe not. It was called LF Contemporary. And I curated the exhibitions there. And I recently curated and showed my work with 3 other artists at a pop-up gallery in San Francisco. And I'm currently showing my work at Domain Gallery in Oakland through May. I know lots of artists in various fields locally. I've also been very fortunate to have traveled extensively throughout the world and looked at public art and its positive effects in major cities, but I think more relevantly in smaller towns worldwide. So in short, I think I have relevant experience that I would love to bring to the position on the art position. That of an active artist. I've got some curating experience. I've got exposure to the commercial side of the art world locally, and long-term knowledge and understanding of the local community and a wide experience of public art worldwide. I think for Palo Alto, I'd love to facilitate more exposure to art in all its forms to Palo Altans and their visitors. We are, of course, close to some world-class art, which is shown at both Stanford and, obviously, the Anderson Collection, which is superb. But we have to, as individuals, enter the campus to have those opportunities. And my feeling is that public art should be available to everybody and have an impact without effort for those who would obviously appreciate it, but also for those that don't even realize they're being impacted by its presence in the course of going about their daily work. So, or just wondering about Palo Alto generally. So that's what I'd like to see more of. And obviously, finances are a big part of all. I think I'll stop there. I told you a bit about me and a bit about what I could bring and a bit about what I'd like to help happen.
All right.
There it is.
Tom.
First of all, thanks for applying. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll see short question, but if you had to pick three, who are your top three favorite artists?
I think Rothko is absolutely top for me. I'm sure he's a very common choice for contemporary art generally. I also love Peter Bruegel, the elder. I know that seems like the other side of a total sort of two big influences in my life that happened at various times, and it would take me a long time to explain why I love both of those superb artists that come from. And I also actually like the work of Dieter Roth a little bit, but not nearly as much as the other two.
All right. Karen.
So you mentioned in your application that you wanted art to be a part of a daily experience and to change art so it didn't become stale or become part of the woodwork, so to speak. And you mentioned the words surprise and delight. Have you read does that come from your own expression, or have you read a book called For the Love of Cities?
I heard you up until the last minute. I said surprise and delight in my application, and your question was?
And I just wondered if you had read a book called For the Love of Cities.
Oh, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh, interesting. Okay. No. So, so the aspect of surprise and delight is that, what are you trying to create with that surprise and delight then?
Well, actually, I went to a small city. It just happened to be called Elista, and it's about the size of Palo Alto. It happens to be in Russia. It's in a place called Kalmykia, which is one of the Buddhist states there. And they had a competition some years ago where they got sculptors, not particularly well known, but local sculptors, to and put work on many, many streets. And it was surprising for such a relatively small and not very wealthy city. And you would turn around a corner and you'd see something lovely or something surprising, if not lovely, but remarkable. That I was trying to explain in my brief statement that I wrote in there. I think it's great to suddenly be struck by something that isn't mundane and that you aren't expecting to see necessarily.
That's very helpful.
And it's not. That's it. Sorry, I can't hear you very well.
No, you explained it very well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Eric.
So thank you for applying. Hey, what's your favorite piece of art in Palo Alto?
In Palo Alto itself, rather than at Stanford, you mean?
Yeah, a piece of public art in Palo Alto.
Oh, I love the crazy murals. I think they're wonderful and fun, and the lady and the bear and the fishing rod. Those I really enjoy. Just walking about. They're fun. I also like the car on California Avenue on legs, which has had a little bit of criticism over the ages, but I think it's great fun, and I enjoy it, and it always sparks conversation with children as well, which I think is a good thing and a good place to start. I think that they can understand it, and they're curious about it, and they can laugh at it, and those are the ones that I like.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So if you want to give
That's
a short
it. Thanks so
closing, or
much.
if there's anything further you'd like to tell us, as a short
sorry.
closing statement or not, it's fine if you don't.
I'm sure you've got lots of people to see. I know you have. I'd love to do it, but I'm sure you'll have other wonderful people. My enthusiasm for the area and my excitement about art, I'd love to bring them both together. And I think I could help on the commission, but I'm sure you'll have other people that will be really good too. So thanks.
Well, thank you very much.
Good, but late. Okay, bye.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
So now we're on to Kristen with the HRC. A little pixelated. We don't have to decide today. Well, welcome, Kristen.
How's it going?
So the way we typically do it is if you could give a short introduction about yourself, and then we'll ask some questions. Okay.
No, okay. Sorry, are we serious here? Am I live?
All right, so if you'd like to give a short introduction.
Hi, guys. I am Kristen Podolka. Hopefully you have my application in front of you. I believe I outlined in there my professional marketing background and schooling and all of that fun stuff. But the reason that I am here today is I've always been involved in Palo Alto. Moved here with my family about 6 years ago, originally from the Midwest. Thought we would move back to the Midwest eventually, but we have since bought and remodeled our house, so I will live and die in Palo Alto. I can tell you that for sure. Came, I think, like most people do, for the schools, but are staying for the community and everything that we have since discovered. My husband did go to Stanford for a year program, so he always knew this is where he wanted to be. But I just feel the need, the calling, if you will, to do more for the community that I know is now going to be my home and my children's home. Like I said, I started off very involved. I worked for PAMP, so it's the Parents Club of Palo Alto Menlo Park. 3,500 families are at PAMP, and I worked there from home part-time when my kids were little. And that got me all over the community. At parks, we would do festivals at Mitchell Park. You guys had a recruitment fair here. We had a table there. So I got to see a lot. And I count that as sort of like my entryway into working for the community. And then from there, once my kids kind of aged out of that and got into school, PTA and Little League and you name it, I'm all over town every weekend doing that. And I feel like this is a natural progression just for my interest in learning more and giving back.
All right. Council members, any questions? Karen.
So you mentioned women's equality.
Are you trying to get me riled up?
Let's go back before January.
Okay, sure.
So what do you think Palo Alto could do better to foster equality among whether it's women or minority groups or whatever. What do you think? And I know it's a huge question.
Yeah.
But you did pick one.
Well,
and maybe it's women. And what could we do better?
Yeah, well, I will tell you that just, a month, maybe 2 months ago, I participated in a rally that we had for the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment. It was held over, was it like Hoover Park or somewhere? About 300 people showed up. We did a march. The reason I'm using that as an example, more of that. That was the first time I really felt that we were doing something for a specific cause. They had a great lineup of speakers, and we marched. We marched up and down Embarcadero.
And so what would the HRC do to try to implement or employ those kinds of activities or other activities?
Yeah, I think I think we could look into what is existing, like what events are out there, look at what other cities are doing, see if there's a city that sort of leads the way. I know that a lot of good ideas come from other places that have gotten it right. So certainly events that are focused like that, where you bring in speakers. I know at the school level, right, there's a lot about getting young girls into STEM classes and things like that. So perhaps we look into opportunities through the school to promote that from a early age. And then all the way up through high school. I mean, I think you could, there's a lot to be said. I know, for example, sex education right now is a big discussion with the school board so things like that where maybe, I don't know where lines are drawn, but if we could weigh in on how that's being taught and think through the inclusivity there and.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying.
Can you lean forward? I can't see him. Sorry.
I wanted to ask, along the lines of what Councilmember Holman, fostering women, so in terms of diversity, I'd like to find out, if you have any ideas behind fostering the different diverse cultural groups in our community, and bringing them together.
Absolutely. So when I worked at the Parents Club of Palo Alto, they did the Moon Festival every year. I don't know if any of you were around for that. They've stopped doing it now, but I believe they did it for 6 or 7 years. And so that was, a celebration that was all about the Chinese New Moon Festival, and we would have vendors come in and we would do the lanterns, and so we would try and teach not only our members but the community about the holiday and the celebrations and the traditions. So as far as, I guess it's hard for me to answer the question specifically because I don't know what we're already doing. I can certainly give you my point of view. I hope that the way my children see the world is the way that of the future, because my kids just, it's who their friends are. And that's not how I grew up. I grew up in Michigan and everybody looked like me. And then moving to the West Coast, that's probably the biggest reason I couldn't move back. I go back and I feel suffocated, and it's just the lack of cultural diversity and, everything. So I certainly am all for it. It's what I love about this town, and I would foster it in any way.
Thank you. One more. So you mentioned girls and women a lot, and we have the other gender, and I'd like to see, how about fostering the young boys to become strong men, and so forth. I hope there's that same emphasis there for the young men as well.
Absolutely. I think that it's an overhaul in our culture, and that's why I think it starts at a very young age, because right now, we know all too well about the rape culture that exists in universities. We were all a part of the Stanford trial. I mean, we saw it and lived it. And so I think that it's completely a two-way street. The young boys need to respect is the first word that comes to mind, but I think about, this is where I realize that we do live in a bubble out here, because when I, meet with in-laws of mine in other states, they still are teaching their boys that boys don't cry, men have to be men. And I think some of that needs to be phased out so that boys are compassionate, and then it all goes together. But for the example I gave about STEM and focusing on girls, that's a national effort, because, you don't have as many women in engineering, and you don't have as many women. So I wouldn't do the flip. I wouldn't say boys can't be in STEM, right? But it's trying to include the ones who it might not have been presented to them before.
I'm just hoping that while we're encouraging one, we're not letting one fall behind. And,
I agree.
And that's I think the main thing, is to have a balance there for both of them. I realize there's a lot of women that does need the boost. And, yeah.
But I don't think of it as a pie with only 8 pieces, right? It's infinite. I mean, we can all be engineers if we want. It's just making sure that everyone feels the same opportunity to go out and become it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So, in your application, you talk a lot about the city of Palo Alto's employee culture, and how you'd like to make changes in that. And I guess maybe you could just address that, and sort of how you would see your role in, in making Palo Alto voted best city to work for in the Bay Area, and how to end the old boys club, et cetera, that kind of stuff.
Well, if you look at there were 5 women out there who want to be a part of the commission. I just think that the more diversity you have in a room and around a table, I think that's step one. I've read that it's like 10% of CEOs are women. And so, again, you have to start somewhere. And there's an organization called She Should Run. And I believe the statistic was in the last 5 years, they've had 30 women or something run for government offices, in this one example that they gave. And
so you talked about employees for the city in your application. You weren't talking about elected officials. At least
oh, no.
That's what it says, so.
Yeah.
So are you talking about the employees or not?
I believe that when I wrote about the employees is because that was the video that I had watched of one of your meetings. I've never been to a city council meeting, so this is all new to me. I've never been a part of city government. This is I'm an outsider trying to take a step in a different direction. So again, it's hard for me to answer specifically because I don't know how it's run here. But I would love to learn and give ideas. I mean, I've worked in corporate America for almost 20 years. So I've seen different organizations there and what they've done. So I could bring those ideas.
Okay. Adrian?
Well, my question was actually also along the mayor's point. Sorry. My question was also kind of along the mayor's point. I was wondering, what cities do you look up to, or governments? You're saying you're coming from corporate America. Who do you think does this right in terms of equality and progressiveness and inclusivity? Who's good?
A government that I look up to? I mean, there's companies that I look up to. Again, I apologize, but that's my background.
That's helpful too.
Is in a different sector. When I worked for Target Corporation, I worked for the Mervyn's division out of Hayward, and we had a female president. And as a 20-something in my career, that was extremely exciting to me. So I got to see her, lead all of the meetings, and there were a lot of female vice presidents. Now that's a retail industry, so that tends to skew female, but still it was empowering to me as literally, 20-something to see that. So I definitely looked up to Target Corp. I know when we first moved out here, my husband worked for eBay, and Meg Whitman was in charge. So that was another example that I saw. And I don't want to give anyone the impression that I'm anti man, it's just, I wanted to pick a cause, and I have a daughter, and it's just it's sort of my cause to swing some of the statistics a little in our favor, not reverse it or displace one group for the other.
All right, so we're sort of out of time. If you want to get
Yeah.
like a 30-second close or.
Oh, I thank you so much for the opportunity to come in and talk. And I did take the application process very seriously. That I don't know if you know, it takes hours to fill out. And I did quite a bit of research because, like I said, this is new. This would be, there'd be a learning curve for me to come on board, but I have a lot of energy and a lot of passion for our city. And if given the opportunity, I could hopefully.
Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
thank
say,
you for coming in.
Just say we have a lot of applicants, so if you don't make it this time, apply again. That's a lot of
Oh,
people do.
yeah. Well, I found out about it through a group I'm in, Together We Will Palo Alto. We're over at Anna Eshu's office every Tuesday. We write her a letter. And so anyway, that's how I found out about it. So I thought this would be a good opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
and maybe I'll see you guys around town. Yes. Bye, have a good night.
All right, so now we're back to the Palo Alto Art Commission with Betty Kernan.
Gotta make sure you don't ask the wrong question to the wrong candidate. Like a homeless question to an art commissioner, or whatever. Get it mixed up. No.
Welcome.
I almost did.
So, up at the front. So Betty, if you'd like to give us a brief introduction about yourself, and then we'll ask some questions, and there may be time for a short closing.
Sure, thank you. I'm Betty Kernan, and I've lived in Palo Alto since 1973 in various neighborhoods where I've raised my children, returned to graduate school, and developed my career and ultimately my private practice as a psychotherapist. In addition to that, I do a great deal of crisis interventions and have intervened in the murders of the doctor in Modesto, the Asiana aircraft, Valley Transit, suicides, and many corporations, as well as Stanford Hospital when employees are having issues. And as a result of that, I feel as if I've had a deep and intimate interaction with the dark underbelly, shadowy side of Palo Alto. I hear about it regularly. And in addition to that, I've taught the psychological meanings of fairy tales and myths through UC Berkeley, John F. Kennedy University, and Santa Clara University. And through a long experience with that, I've come to really know the patterns of transformation and of training, of changing stress into creativity. In regards to art in Palo Alto, I have a great deal of Jungian background. And so I just find it the most astonishing thing in the world that you have that tree out front and also the egg in Lytton Plaza. And part of the reason those excite me so much is their archetypal nature, and that you can find these in cultures across the world and in different eras, so that they provide a way of uniting everyone. For example, your magic tree reminds me very much of the tree designed by Basil Twist in the current Cinderella being danced at the San Francisco Ballet. And the egg is just the perfect symbol of the continual new life that's bursting forth from the underside of Palo Alto. So if I were lucky enough to have a chance to offer something to the commission, I would love to see the commission expand the archetypes into the new works that are going to be in South Palo Alto and other places. And the main reason for that is because these archetypal images hold the power to transform painful feelings. And however amazing Palo Alto is, it's also difficult to manage the stresses of the traffic, changing jobs, high expense of living here. And art holds the possibility to change those feeling states. One of the things I've imagined in that form would be, a nurturing mother, whether it's, from an Asian culture, or it could simply be a field that's plowed and ready for new growth. And there are lots of spaces that these could go. And the other thing that seems vitally important to me to offer the city is that we live in an extraordinary place, and the mythic, legendary quality is very powerful. When I reflect on the bountiful time of animals and plants from when the Native Americans were here that changed into apricots and plum trees, and into the current time of the most extraordinary technological advances anywhere. And I would love to see something so deserving of honor to get that sacred status. And one of my many images would be to, through nature, express that. For example, having an alive Native American medicine wheel, a very small grove of apricot trees, and a symbol of the future and what's going to come next. What will be the epoch after us?
Thank you. Questions? Lydia.
Well, thank you for being here, and I hope your hands are healing well after.
They're better. Actually, they are. Things are better. I was in a very bad place
good.
At that time.
Good.
Thank you.
So it's pretty impressive, with the psychology that you have behind your in your resume over here. So I'm interested to hear what kind of space and what kind of art would you have to engage perhaps people with mental disorders or have mental issues, or even with people who have disabilities that might bring out that excitement in them and give them an opportunity to enjoy the art or become creative themselves.
Yeah, I think I'll say that in my crone years, I feel kind of a calling to go beyond the healing that takes place in my office or in companies when I'm working, to a much larger thing. And research, for example, coming out of the compassion program at Stanford has shown we can intervene in our own brains. And one aspect of that they've used in meditation is how a landscape can do that. So, in places where people need to be calmed down, hot traffic areas, for one example, I could envision, really interesting landscapes, and maybe even some of our own, such as from Foothill Park, done into a huge mural, so that the nature we have that we don't always get is purposely used to calm and soothe and comfort. So that pretty much, and nature changes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Karen?
So you mentioned in your application about people feeling isolated. I'm sorry you hear that. But then you talk about the need for communal spaces. So can you give an example of a successful communal space in Palo Alto, and then give an example of something from any other community that you think Palo Alto should maybe try to emulate?
Okay, I have my own vision that I put out when I applied for the fountain, and I will research further what other places. But what I imagined was a place around the train station where there was something as simple as a coffee truck with benches and a circle around it. And it would need to be something that fit in well with the space. Like on California Avenue, there's that beautiful kind of area, where there's sort of that plaza around where the fountain is. So I think it would be what works with what space. And I think also built in are so many coffee shops everywhere you looked, which offers the possibility of having a connection with the neighbors, or more focus groups where people were brought into groups to discuss projects, and focus groups that maybe had some tea and coffee so that people could really get to know each other on a deeper level.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We're sort of out of time. If you want to
Okay.
just wrap up, like maybe 10 seconds or.
Okay, just to tell you how grateful I am that I had this chance to come here and talk to you, and mainly to thank you for the extraordinary role art has played in my life here. Like, this has caused me to reflect on how blessed and lucky I was to live in the cultural center neighborhood and to have Sydney, who was the director, somehow support anything I thought of, whether it was performance art or a cooking as therapy course, and all the other things I thought of, she let me go. And maybe the best of all was the one I co-sponsored, because I was president of Psychologists for Social Responsibility, with the Physicians for Social Responsibility, and we had an art show on political art and seminars following. So I think that was maybe my most special, which made for, by the way, Karen, a great place for people to meet immediately and get in touch with the really deeper issues. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
And now Rebecca Eisenberg, back with the HRC. Well, welcome. So if you want to give a short introduction, then we'll ask some questions, and then you can, if we have time, do a short close.
Great. Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Rebecca Eisenberg. I'm here this time for the Human Relations Commission, as you probably know. I looked at the other applicants too, I confess, and I think the thing where I stand out is the breadth of my experience in this area. I have 25 years of practicing law, primarily in employment and compensation areas. I have been both in-house, and I currently run my own law firm. While I was in-house at technology startups, for 3 of them, I ran both legal and HR. And for 2 of them, I ran legal and HR and finance. I've worked on huge deals, like selling Flip Video Company to Cisco, and small deals, like helping a mom and pop shop get off the ground. And I really take a lot of pride in my effectiveness and my success, my accomplishments, and my ability to get things done. I think this role is a really good fit for my experience, not just as a lawyer, but I also took several years off from the practice of law, and I worked as a columnist and a TV commentator. I had a weekly column in CBS MarketWatch and a biweekly column in the San Francisco Chronicle talking about technology culture. I had my face on a bus. I was the net skink, S-K-I-N-K. It was Phil Bronstein's idea, and for CBS MarketWatch, I was Nouveau Geek. I also wrote for Wired and Upside and Entertainment Weekly and lots of other technology publications and some feminist publications like Ms. Magazine. I think I would be an asset to this commission. Questions?
Well, thank you. Adrian?
So thank you for applying to again for a different commission. I noticed you mentioned you could use legal expertise to kind of help council and commission understand how recent state and or federal legislation may be affecting us. As a new council member, for me, it's actually quite surprising to get all these calls like from the legislators saying, I need your support on this one, or can you help oppose this one, or things like that. And it's kind of hard to get like a full breadth of the set of things that may be happening, right? We're mostly focused on the local level. So how do you think like operationally you actually could assist in that in terms of providing some expertise there?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that. As a member of the Labor and Employment Division of the State Bar of California, I receive their weekly and as needed, daily or hourly if something is, super, hot button about ongoing developments. I also subscribe to a number of other news publications telling me about proposed and passed legislation in California and federally, and different efforts done at different local levels, as well. As to how I could help is I'd be happy to provide analysis that of my understanding of the law based on, the commentary or the courts, articles in the media as how it could be applied here, and as to if the commission were wanting to take a position on any proposed legislation, I could help, give some pros and cons or help you come to your decision as to what is the best fit for our community.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lydia?
Rebecca, thank you for being here again and not giving up on us.
Glutton for abuse, I am.
No, thank you so much, really. What is HRC doing right in this last year, and also what do you think can be more, that you can provide more guidance for and you can bring more to HRC?
So, it's hard for me to really comment on, for sure I don't have any criticisms of it, and it's hard to know what it could be doing more, but what I love the fact that HRC is giving attention to these issues which are so important to our community, and everything from veterans to immigrants and understanding of different religious minority groups and nationalities. I saw a lot of attention given to issues around working wage hour, what is a reasonable living wage here, how we can make the continue to have the inclusivity that we as Palo Alto have really been founded on, when it was more of a community for recluses and academics, and we want to keep fostering that community as well as protecting people's interests in their beautiful surroundings, and I think it's a real I've been impressed with the commission, but of course I get so excited by any attention to this. I think any work on these issues is good work, and I think I could add my energy and my enthusiasm and my excitement and help, work collaboratively, I can speak, to keep things going. And I'm happy to be back. I'm glad you asked tough questions. It was a good experience for me.
Tom? Yeah, what do you think Palo Alto should do about homeless that are sleeping in vehicles?
You're kidding, right? Are you serious? Well, we definitely should not outlaw them, because I don't think that would be legal under the Constitution now. Then the question is, when it's a serious topic, that people need. So sorry, yeah, I mean.
What kind of programs should we have?
Well, I mean, that is a very hard question, and I think it's a question that needs answering in collaboration with a lot of different stakeholders as well. I mean, I think the end goal is to have people have a place for them to live, right? And then the question is, where do we put these places to live? High density housing is a good thing in the right place. and, in the right way. And there is the Planning and Transportation Commission and, other commissions here who I think will have really important opinions about that. And I think the goal is, as far as I can tell, the Human Relations Commission's position is to put forth the needs of the economically challenged individuals who need a place to, live and to keep track of trends. Is homelessness growing in Palo Alto? Why, where? And, provide the information so that the city council can craft the best solutions based on what you all learn from the Human Relations Commission and the Planning and Transportation Commission and maybe the Architectural Review Board or maybe, everybody that has an interest in some residential communities. And it's not easy, but I really think we're all smart enough and creative enough to have some good solutions. And I'm willing to work hard on them.
Well, thank you very much. We're sort of out of time.
Wow, I talk a lot. Yeah, you always ask really hard questions. Well, I'm really glad to be here again. I'm so grateful for all of your work that you do. I can't imagine it's easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, is other people's this short too?
Everyone's is 10 minutes or
It
less.
seems so much longer when you're watching from the other.
10 minutes
yeah, but it's great. Never can fully prepare. Thanks again. Have a good night.
So next, we're back to the HRC. No, we're back to the Palo Alto Art Commission. Welcome.
Hi there, thank you. How are you guys tonight?
Good.
It's a challenge to get all of you together in one space at the same time. Well,
So you're Donna, right?
I am.
I was. Do you have? We have a different group name next to this, right after Rebecca.
We have this, but then we have this. I have Donna.
Do you have Donna?
Had it, yeah.
So it's been
Had it.
tracking before.
It's my ex-husband's name. I'm looking
Right.
to change it back soon.
All right. Well, go ahead. What we'll do is we'll start with just a short introduction, then we'll ask you some questions.
Well, I'm a fairly new resident of Palo Alto. Moved here in October, so really excited about that. Well-traveled, and I'm a signature shy of a Master of Fine Arts from San Jose State. So I have a different approach to art. I think it should be a lot of things, but I think it mostly it should be abundant and in as many places as possible, including the unexpected. If you always have to go to a museum or a gallery to see art, it's sometimes not approachable for the, I don't want to say, I hesitate to say the average person because that puts everyone in a box. It's just not as accessible as it should be in my mind. Having traveled quite a bit and seen art in a number of situations, both in fabulous museums and on the street, I have some ideas on how to bring it to a lot of people, and I really think that art should get people to talk and think and interact and produce dialogue.
Tom.
Thank you for applying. 2 questions.
Yes.
What do you have to do to get that signature? And the second one is you said you did some public art projects. Could you tell us about those?
Yes. So I have to get together with my former graduate advisor and submit my book, which life came up and a lot of things happened, so that got in the way. So that needs to happen. And the public art. So I did a public art piece with some other people who worked at the San Jose State Foundry, which is where I had my studio, in the park next door to the Foundry. The area had been gentrified, so it had been light industrial and industrial for quite some time. And when they started to clean it up and put in some new housing, they decided to take this one more or less abandoned lot and make it a public park. And so they did a lot of calls for entry. And the group that I was with at the San Jose State Foundry won that, and they said, okay, well, all you have left are the concrete pathways. And we were like, okay. So we came up with, we called it hoi polloi, non-hoi polloi, and we had fish that we had swimming through, that we all designed, that we had fish swimming through the concrete coming to one central location. I applied for a couple of them, one with the city of Campbell with another partner, two with the city of Campbell. So I've been on the application process before and have done that one public project before.
Karen?
Yeah, a couple of questions. What do you think? What do you think that the Art Commission could do to spread that it's STEAM and not just STEM? And do you think that the Art Commission has a role in spreading that?
Can you repeat the first part of that question, please?
Basically, what do you think the Art Commission could do, or does it have a role in trying to spread the awareness that STEAM is really the goal now, not just STEM? So art has been inserted into
Right.
STEM. So does the Art Commission have a role in that, and if so, what would it be?
That's a great question. Honestly, I have no idea how to answer it. So being honest right up front, I think that the Art Commission can have a role in bringing all types of art into the public space. I sound really unintelligent right now.
I didn't mean to throw you such a hard question. So I love the question that you had in here that you responded to about, surprises and
Yes.
and yeah. So and you gave an example of what you might like to see here. Do you want to elaborate on that a little?
So that comes from, I lived in Germany for a while, and I have a lot of friends that are Dutch, so I would go up to Amsterdam a lot and hang out, and I got to know the city quite well, and I started to notice these little pieces of art, and it turned out that it was an anonymous artist that would go and install these in the thick of the night or whenever, and the first one I noticed that was a really brilliant and fun surprise was this guy little bronze guy up on a tree branch with a saw. And he was presumably sawing the tree branch. And it came out that little surprises would just be installed here and there. The city didn't know who the installer was. I think they eventually found out. They just never publicized it. And that type of thing is really engaging. It's fun. There started to be little scavenger hunts wrapped around it. There started to be tours wrapped around it. And I thought, well, if they can do it there with an anonymous artist, why couldn't any other city do it? And either under anonymity, if the artist chooses to, or make it kind of a public fun thing. It doesn't need to...
Just quickly, I don't want to take but why do you think that those pieces weren't taken down or stolen or vandalized, or is there any way of, do you have any sense of that, or is there any public commenting about that?
So what I had read about why they weren't taken down is that people really enjoyed them. So there's one reason right there, and there would have been outcry had they taken them down. I think that they weren't vandalized. One is, and I hesitate to say this, but I think that a lot of European countries have a higher regard for art than, unfortunately, has here, and I think that has a lot to do with education and teaching people what art is. Yeah, it's like, don't destroy it because it's different, or don't destroy it because you feel like it's your right. Let other people enjoy it. Have a look at it. Let it be a discussion rather than something to tear apart. Thanks.
Eric?
Thanks. Hey, say something about your favorite piece of public art in Palo Alto.
Okay, the one I walk by almost every single day, and I actually don't know if it's a public piece of art, but it's the guy pushing the stroller with the little alien coming out of it on the corner of Restoration Hardware. Because every time I walk by it and I look over and I realize, I don't even know how many times I walked by it even before I moved here, but every single time I do, I flinch over my shoulder thinking it's actually somebody right there. And I like that. And I wish there were there were more of that, because that's actually a really inexpensive form of public art. And if you have funding and you can do a lot of little things like that, like the little guy sawing off the tree branch, it's fun. And if I've been walking by it for God knows how long, I don't even remember the first time I noticed it, and I still walk by and smile every single time. I think that's a great response. And little kids, I see little kids point at it. What is that? I don't know what it is in the stroller either, but it seems like a fun thing to try to think about.
All right, well, thank you. If you want to give a short, 10-second close, that'd be great.
I thought this would be a lot of fun. I thought it would be fun as an artist, and for me to be able to reach out to the community that I still keep in touch with from that era, to just bring some fun and unexpected bits of art without breaking the bank to my new city, my new home.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
And you did great, by the way.
Oh, thanks. I feel. Oh, of course I'm ringing.
You have, I think, 11 applicants, so if you don't make it this time around, don't hesitate to apply again.
All right, great. Well, thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you.
All right, so, Mary Ann Scharf is next.
Hello, that's me.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, please talk to the staff, boards, and commissions.
I know, with family members. Well, welcome.
Hi.
And yes, there's no relation between us whatsoever.
Different spelling.
Different spelling.
Scharf?
Yes.
That's actually, I got married. That's not my last name anymore, but.
So now you can distance yourself from it.
Right, exactly.
So anyway, welcome. You have, if you want to give a short introduction about yourself, then we'll ask some questions.
Okay.
And then you can give a closing.
So I'm Marianne. I'm a newly minted doctor of chiropractic and functional medicine. So I'll be opening a practice in Palo Alto, and I grew up here with a family that was very involved in supporting the arts. So that's always been a very important part of my life. And now that I'm back here, starting a family and starting a business, I think it's important to be involved. So.
All right. Adrian.
So you mentioned something in your application about the alleyways, which always piques my interest. I grew up here too, and I've always loved them, and Councilmember Holman also is pretty interested in them. I guess there's two things. One, why are they special, right? What's actually happening here? And then two, what do we do with them in Palo Alto? How could they be even better? I mean, I know what I love them. I love, going to the bank and then slipping down to the farmer's market and things like that.
Yeah, so farmer's market is the first thing that comes to mind. In Palo Alto, I think alleyways aren't what you think. They're not a dangerous place to go, right? So it's kind of like people go off the off-beaten path and, frequent them. So I think it's a unused space that could be an awesome way to showcase the local artists and get people talking, facilitate a conversation.
Tom?
You mentioned decommissioning art.
Decommissioning art?
In your application, you said the first thing I'd learn is how to decommission art pieces that are no longer relevant to the community.
Oh, well, so when I was...
So which art pieces
right,
don't you like?
So when I was filling out the application, I was trying to go back and look at it because it was funny. It was a group of us talking over dinner about the art on California Avenue and how it's so controversial. But, the good thing is that it's starting a conversation, right? Whether people like it or not, they're talking about it. But the topic of conversation was, okay, well, how do we replace that now with new art?
So when should art be decommissioned?
Right.
When it's controversial, or what?
No.
Conditions?
Just when. I mean, it's not going to be there forever, right? So.
Yeah. So when would you? Or what conditions would drive you to do that?
I guess after a discussion, right, with other people who have different views, and let's see what else we can get in there. No timeline.
It could be falling apart.
Oh, well, yeah, if it's falling apart, yes, let's replace it, yeah.
So what particular art, public art in Palo Alto do you like?
I love on Embarcadero the natural art with the kind of branches and twigs. I take my nieces and nephews to play there all the time. I think art pieces like that, where they're interactive and you can kind of teach and learn and talk about it, those are amazing.
What's your least favorite piece of art?
I would say the ones on California Avenue, the baby face. I forget what it's called.
It's Go Mama, the one with the stomach.
Yeah.
Anyone else on California Avenue you don't like?
I'm impartial, I guess, to the unicorn horn. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites. Were you involved in putting those in?
No. No, I'm just curious.
Or the car with the feet
You don't like the car with the feet?
on Alma. I'm not. I don't understand.
What do you think of the mural through the tunnel?
The what?
The mural as you walk through the tunnel between Cal Avenue and maybe you've never done that.
Oh no, tunnel.
Yes, there's a tunnel.
Oh, yeah. You have to walk your bike there.
Yes.
Yeah. Boy, it didn't make a huge impact on me, I guess.
All right. Anyone else? Karen.
So what do you think about, if you're familiar with this, there's someone at Bryant and Lowell who always decorates the trees there at the.
Oh.
Yeah, do you know that?
I was thinking the presidential.
Yes.
Mhm.
That was the last one. They do a different one every time.
Oh, yeah, it changes with the seasons and with news and, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So what do you think of people in the public taking it upon themselves to do something like that? And
it's just
do you want
like
to comment on any things that she's done?
Yeah, it's just like the I see it in the same way as the Christmas lights on, I forget what street that is. Yeah. It's something people can go and look at and talk about and get outside and meet other people. I think it's great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Lydia?
So it's great that you take your nephews and nieces over to the interactive art. So would you have interest also in terms of developing art that would engage children with disability?
Oh yeah, any engagement in children with art, I think, is awesome.
What do you see that as?
What do you mean?
In terms of what type of art would that be? Would that be sculptures? Murals? What type of art would you use in order to engage them?
I like art that can be physical, right? So that you can. The reason why I like those so much is you can go in it and you can learn about all kinds of things. You can learn about nature and how things work and how things are built. So anything that's interactive like that, I think, is a great idea. Get all the senses.
So if you want to give us a short wrap-up, that'd be great.
Well,
you don't have to.
I'm just really interested in being involved, and if it's now or later, I'll be here, my whole life. So I think it's important for us to be involved in our community. So.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, we have 11 applicants, so if you don't make it this time, don't hesitate to apply.
Okay, thanks.
So is this the entire art commission?
No, I think we have.
There's only 4 openings.
I think there's 7 of them. This is 4 incumbents. We have 3 incumbents applying. 11 applicants. Right, 4 slots, 3 incumbents. Right. Well, welcome, Mehdi.
Thank you so much.
So you're an incumbent. If you want to just give us a brief introduction, and then we'll ask some questions.
Sure. So for those I don't know, my name is Mehdi Al-Hassani. I've been serving for the past 3 years on the Human Relations Commission. And actually, last night was a big reminder of why I love doing so. We were giving the voting on the recommendation to the Finance Committee for HISRAP funding. So we had a lot of the service providers in the audience and speaking to the audience. And when you hear the progress and the stories from folks like Dreamcatchers and Abilities United and Life Moves and all the other organizations that HISRAP funds, you really get inspired, you really get juiced up, and it made me even more excited to hopefully reapply and work harder for the next term.
All right. Questions? Adrian.
So I'll do something that's just on my mind. A couple people at my synagogue have mentioned La Comida and how they're up on this hard, edge with Avenidas to come September, and they have nowhere to go. And I'm also reading in the news and stuff like, gosh, our CDBG money might be gone, and now there's all this tax cut stuff today. It's like, how do you kind of balance those different things in terms of Life Moves and Abilities and La Comida? Like, given a certain pot of money, like, are we supposed to spread it around? Are we supposed to focus it? I'm just wondering your thought process a bit.
Yeah. So I would say two things. On the La Comida situation right now, we are giving about $300,000 from the CDBG money to La Comida.
Mm-hmm.
because we know that they're in a bit of a dire situation right now. But having said that, I would say, one, CDBG is very structured in how we fund the money. It's about $844,000 total, but you're capped in certain categories of how much you can give. So there's a ton of flexibility to move money here to there. As a general matter of principle, though, we try to be consistent in our funding. We don't want to be organizations to be over-reliant on HISRAP or CDBG. And we try to be consistent over the years of how much funding. For example, yesterday in the HISRAP, there were certain organizations that asked for a lot more money than they got year past, and we did not grant them that ton of more money because we want to be consistent. We want them to be sort of be planning on consistency as they go forward.
That's helpful.
Corey? The resolution that we sent to the HRC in December about a welcoming diverse community, one of the things that we were looking for was really specific policy recommendations coming back from HRC. I was wondering, how's that conversation going at HRC, and when we can expect something along those lines? I know that we did have a couple members of HRC come and speak to us recently.
Yeah, so I think our chair, Stone, came and spoke before City Council and kind of emphasized that we were ready to help and be part of the solution. I know we were also waiting on city staff, wanted to get clarity as to what you wanted our specific scope to be, so that we can make sure we're operating at the right level from council. And then at a higher level, I would say, like generally speaking, I think we took sort of the City Council's resolution as signal as to the kind of events we should be thinking about down the road as well.
Thanks. Tom?
Thanks for re-upping. So what would you be looking for in kind of new members to join the HRC, and what can you do to help people come up to speed?
Sure. So one thing I mentioned about the HRC is it is what you make of it commission. You can be there and do the bare minimum of make the recommendations for CDBG and HISRAP, but I think one of the things you've seen the past year is that the folks who have come on recently have added really good energy, and they have been very proactive in putting together great events that have gotten a lot of big audiences from the community, and I think have been well received by the community. So I think being very action-oriented and proactive, I would say, is one of the biggest things that would be helpful in the new members. When I came onto this to the HRC, I was given a mentor. The late Ray Bicchetti was my mentor, and he walked me through a lot of the processes about how HRC works, and that was very helpful. I think we could definitely do that again to make sure folks who are new are up to speed. They know what all these acronyms that we've been mentioning are and how to get things done.
Thank you for reapplying. So on your application, it says beyond the tactical duties of the HRC, you'd like to apply your efforts towards fostering a more inclusive community, respects people of all races and creed. What would that look like?
Yes.
Especially because you have that background already,
Yeah.
So how would you further it?
So we just voted on it yesterday at yesterday's HRC meeting. I'd like to do a multi-faith dinner, inclusive to all in the community. Everybody's welcome. But I think it's underappreciated that we actually have a robust faith community in Palo Alto. A lot of the temples, all the churches, they interact a lot with the nonprofits. And I think one of the unique capabilities of the HRC is that of a convener. We can bring all these parties together, and a lot of times they're talking for the first time when they come to an HRC-hosted event. So what I'd like to do is put together a dinner. We're aiming for the third week of June, which is a little ambitious, but that's our goal. But it's something along those lines. And like I said, we just kind of got this greenlit yesterday. I've been in touch with city staff, and I have 2 other members of the commission who are going to work on this project with me.
Well, congratulations on that. That's very exciting. And, I see also here you had the Asian immigrants come through and talk about the difficulty in terms of integrating. And I know that they did come to HRC to speak about those. So what do you see that can be put together through HRC to further that and take it another step, perhaps, rather than just them coming in and speaking about it?
Yeah. So Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Teresa Chen, one of my fellow commissioners, was leading this effort. And I think some of the ideas we had are leveraging So a lot of them are parents who have kids in the school system, and maybe helping them get more involved in various parents groups in the schools. So we think that's like an easy thing to kind of break the ice. What we heard from the folks who had spoken to the commission was a lot of times they kind of don't know how to break the ice in the very beginning. So we think that's like one easy way to do it, because everybody loves talking with their kids, and that was like one of the ideas we were playing with.
So I suspect it's not only in the Chinese or the Asian group. There's the different nationalities.
Yeah, I imagine
as well?
the folks that we had come to the commission, both were recent immigrants from China, but I suspect this is kind of, no matter where you're from, you probably are facing these similar issues.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, so we're sort of out of time, so if you want to just wrap up.
Well, I just want to echo, this has been one of the most amazing experiences I've had in Palo Alto. Yesterday, I knew majority of the HISRAP fundees. I've gone to know them over the past few years, and I really love working with them, and I think hopefully it's set me up to be even better for next term, and I would really love to do it.
Well, thanks for your service.
Thanks so much.
All right, now we're back to the Art Commission. Yeah, and Nia's an incumbent. Welcome, Nia. So, Nia, if you want to just start with a little introduction and your experience so far on the Art Commission, and then we'll ask some questions.
Sure. So my name is Nia Taylor. I was born and raised here in Palo Alto, and I've been on the Art Commission for, how many? It's like 4 years now. It's hard to believe, give or take. I don't remember the exact. It seems like just yesterday I joined, but yet it seems like forever. So I like I said, I grew up here in Palo Alto, and I have to say I feel very blessed that I got to grow up here. A lot of great experiences, and I think because of this community and my family, I have a love of community and the arts. And so when I came back from graduate school to the Bay Area, I said that I need to find a way to get involved in the arts, because I didn't get to be involved with the arts directly with a profession. And I thought the Art Council would be a fantastic way to do that. And it's been so great getting the opportunity to give back to my community, Palo Alto, to see it change and to use art as a way to expand, to enhance, and to make Palo Alto the great city it is, and to make it more creative and diverse as times are changing.
All right. Any questions? Tom?
So I guess we have 4 openings on the commission.
Yes.
What do you think we should look for in an art commissioner? You were like picking people to join you.
Yeah, I would say somebody who really just wants to see Palo Alto do unique and diverse things and think outside the box. I think one of the reasons I joined the commission is because as much as I think technology is useful and meaningful, I also think that we use technology so much in our daily lives that it's great to have some other outlet of creative expression, and that the arts are a great way to do that. And I think it's really important for somebody also who cares about our community, whether they grew up in this area, whether they live and work in this area, but they're dedicated and want to see this community thrive. I know in the last couple of meetings, people have not shown up, and I have to admit I've been here almost every single meeting, and that to me was really important, and it showed that it was once a month, and I couldn't miss them, and I was very fortunate nothing important got in the way, and I know sometimes things happen, but I think it's just also a commitment.
Karen?
So you know my feelings about alleys, but code art. Why is it so cool? Why did you guys finally end up doing it? And then you can answer one or the other of these depending on how much time we have. And the other thing is, there's a lot of talk always about education stuff in the STEM program, but it's really STEAM. And could the Art Commission or should the Art Commission have a role in trying to promote STEAM in that conversation as opposed to all being focused around STEM?
Sure. So to answer your STEAM question, I know we're trying to. That was a big goal for us to be out more in the community and get the Public Art Commission out to more, whether it's through talks at local schools, whether it's through local community walks to see the works of art that we have on display. So it's very important to me as also an educator. And it kind of relates that, we are Silicon Valley. It's very technology centered. Which is why code art is very fascinating, because it takes technology, but it also incorporates arts. And it gets people away from their phones, hopefully. So they might take pictures or take videos, but I think it's a great way to use technology as a way for people to hopefully interact face-to-face rather than just on their iPhones, whether it's listening to their headphones or listening to somebody else talk. And it's just a great way to incorporate those two. I have to admit that as much as I love technology, I think we're on it way too much, especially this area. And like I said, one of the great things I was very fortunate to have in growing up here is some wonderful art teachers. And I think it's really important in this city, especially to tell people that there's more to life than just being on your iPhone or iPad, and that you can use the iPhone, iPad to do many unique things as well in the technology. Yeah, thank you.
Corey?
I was just wondering if you had any thoughts you'd like to share, or especially encouragements or anything for the city council about more performance art in public spaces and publicly supported in Palo Alto, or just enabled in a public way.
Sure. I love performance art, and I think it's definitely something that we should be committed to as a community and as the council. But I will say, just in general, the council has been really supportive of the work we've been doing. And I think the challenge that I see a lot of times with art is that it could be a 1 minute thing, it can be a 1 day thing, a 1 week thing. But I think whatever it is, it has to be impactful. And one of the fun things about code art, the reason why I'm very fascinated to see how it works, is that I think it could open up other events and festivals that we could have, whether it's like a performance art weekend where we have people who just do performance art in different alleyways, different spaces within the city. So it's an interesting way of incorporating, whether it's performance art, whether it's any type of art, and really getting the community more involved.
Well, thank you. I think we're sort of out of time, so if you want to just,
Sure.
say words for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, I really hope that I can continue on the council, and it's been a fascinating journey, or commission, excuse me. It feels more like a council as well. And I hope that I can continue this wonderful journey I've started and to see more fantastic things happen in this community. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
And now,
Yes, she has one too.
if you want to take a break.
They have to meet though. And that's we should have a dog social one day.
We're about halfway through. Do you guys want to take a short break, or you want to power through? Okay. Okay, no, fair enough. Come on in, Jim. So, Jim, if you want to give a short, introduction, we know you're an incumbent, and tell us a little bit of what you've been doing, and then we'll ask some questions.
Great. Hi, everybody. Thank you for making the time to do this. I have had so much fun being on the Public Art Commission these past couple years, and it's been fun in a bunch of different ways, in that I think we're really lucky in that we have an incredibly capable staff. Elise has been fantastic, and I think that we've kind of learned over the past couple years of how to stay out of her way. Like, there's instances where you learn as a commission that you realize that you're more about oversight and you're not necessarily a working commission per se, and to be careful about what you take on and try to guide the other commission members in terms of not pushing to do too much, but doing what we do really well. And I think it's been, we're well set up in terms of the master plan that we have in place, and the different things that have kind of come as come out of that process. The idea of more community engagement and more temporary installations. I mean, I think we've made some progress there already, and fixing some stuff and getting some of our policies cleaned up. So the idea that the Truth Booth we just got done is kind of an interesting community engagement project. the piece we did around gathering community input from community members with the guys that went around with the bicycle. I don't know if you guys remember them. To one of the things I'm most excited about now is code art. As I think about the things I'd like to see, that I'm most excited about kind of going forward, is kind of continuing on the path of looking to see what we can do with smaller installations. I think code art is sort of a test bed to see what works with these little installations, which one of these maybe we want to keep, which ones of these might we want to try to replicate, and how can we engage the business community a bit more. I personally reached out to the founders of House, who are neighbors of mine, and they kind of kicked in to do a sponsorship. I mean, they're across the street, so it's a natural for them. But I'm hoping that we can do more to engage the business community there. I think lessons I've learned when I interviewed with you guys a few years ago, one of the things I wanted to do was to build a mobile app to make things possible. And so I actually built a database, and I funded some students to go and write up some of the different pieces that we had. We didn't end up implementing it. The program I wanted to implement it on, not as initially it was chosen because it was something that Google backed, and they've kind of since spun it out, and they're not focusing on it as much. So we'll see. I think there's a couple of other alternatives. I stayed away from one, AutoCast, which I actually think we may end up using, which interviews artists, and you can have a little audio, like in the same way that if you were to see a piece in a museum, you hear the artist talking. And in some cases, you can't do that because the artist isn't around anymore, but in some cases you can. And I think it actually may be worth the investment. So it's something that I want to discuss with commission and staff, as kind of to fill in, kind of check the box for myself, just personally in terms of things I'd like to see get done, if given the opportunity to serve in a subsequent term.
All right, thank you. Adrian?
So thank you very much for applying again for that pretty exhaustive explanation. I'm just wondering, who do you think in the Bay Area or in the country or around the world is doing a good job in terms of public art, and why? Whether it's like programmed stuff, physical stuff, digital stuff.
So I would say that, it's all a matter of resources. Like if you look at, if you go to Fifth Avenue in New York and Park Avenue have their own foundations, and the level of quality that they're able to get just because they're in that part of the world, I think that Manhattan does an amazing job. I think that Seattle and Austin have done a good job doing some innovative work with integrations into transit. I don't know that I'd point to anyone with the one exception of a very small, there's one town in the city that's about our size, actually a little smaller than ours, but they've funded a lot of things privately, and it's Columbus, Indiana. Columbus, Indiana is the seat of Cummins Engine, and when they, in the 40s, decided what can they do to draw the best engineering talent in the world. They can have great schools, we can have great job opportunities, but what about art and design? And so they commissioned Eero Saarinen to build this church, and then they subsequently commissioned all these different buildings where the town, some of the elders of the town, agreed to fund the architecture fees if they picked from a list of architects, and then they just do the construction. And they've subsequently bought a lot of public art, and they just are funded differently than we are. I wouldn't make as a taxpayer and resident in Palo Alto, I don't know that I would sort of push for us to make the kind of investment that a town like that would make. But they set a shining example.
Okay, thank you.
Corey? Well, actually, picking up on that, what do you think we can do more, and what can the Art Commission do to do more cross-pollination with some of our other commissions, like the ARB, the Architectural Review Board, or the Planning Commission, or even Parks and Rec, maybe to have more participatory performance art and things like that, where members of the public can participate in performance artwork.
Well, I think
or on the architecture side, as you were talking about before with design.
I think we've been careful to delineate our charter very carefully. We're not performance art. It's a very different kind of thing, and we could revisit that, but that's the charter of what the Public Art Commission does. We don't do anything around music or theater. We've got enough to do with the staff we have. I think that we're very unusual in having multiple paid staff full time. I mean, it's for a city of our size. But to answer your question about other things we could do, I think that we've done some stuff with parks and with where. I don't know, an example, like the bike bridge. So there's a bike bridge that's going to be going in, there's an allocation of funding that's going to go there. What can we do to stretch our dollars as far as possible so that you don't just have a railing, but you have something that's a bit more interesting and engaging? There's another area where we have, what's the name of the corridor? It's in South Palo Alto. It's a really long thing that's getting redone.
Charleston?
Charleston or Astrodero corridor. It's like 2 miles long. We don't have a ton of money, but we have an artist that's going to be engaged in that process that we found. We've talked about embedding artists as part of different processes. I'm very much opposed to the idea of an artist in residence. I don't think it makes sense for us to fund anything like that, but I'm very pro the idea of having artists get involved where you have funding for some of these things to inform the process. Like, we don't need to have a painter that's like on staff, but I think it's a good idea to embed artists in some of the processes. I mean, the benches that we did on University Avenue are a good example of something where, okay, like, we're going to have some benches here. We got a nifty guy that designed these cool benches that are from recaptured, they're like gas canisters that he's cut up and painted, and they're beautiful. And I mean, that's another example. We've talked about signage. I think there may be some opportunities there. I think we should sort of keep an eye out for that kind of thing as we go.
So, Jim, we've seen, I guess, choosing some artists on our agenda lately. Wasn't there one recently? Do you recall going through that process and coming up with, do you remember?
Do you remember that when you guys chose an artist?
No, you guys chose the artist when it came on our agenda. It was for the bike pedestrian bridge, right? I thought maybe you could just sort of update of how you chose the artist and where you were.
Well, that was a funny one because I think the design, the initial design for the bridge got rejected.
Right.
And then we came back, and there's an artist. I can send you her name, but I remember she's done a lot of work in metal. We looked at a couple. The one that was the finalist is an artist that's done a lot of work with like bus transit centers where they had a fence and like, well, what can we do to make this fence a prettier fence? And she's done a bunch of work with bridges. And there's a couple small. I mean, it's a big thing, and we don't have a lot of money, so we're going to make a couple parts of it prettier than they might otherwise be.
And then the public safety building and the parking garage on Cal Ave. I think there's probably going to be roughly $1 million between the two for public art. So that seems like one of the larger numbers you'll have to work with.
I haven't seen that one come across the desk yet. So what's the time frame for that one?
Well, I don't know. I was wondering so you guys haven't seen it yet. We passed it recently. You know, I mean, they obviously still have to build it and do that. But I was wondering if you'd heard about that from them or started the process. It doesn't sound like you have.
No, we haven't seen that one yet. I mean, it at least keeps me kind of, we set the agendas, 3 weeks, a couple weeks before, but that hasn't come across. I mean, I think that is the whole thing, so the Cal Ave garage that's existing is going to be gone? Or
No, we're going to build a new parking garage across from the courthouse.
Okay.
Right, I think that's
got it. Okay.
right there on Park Boulevard, and we're going to build a public safety building.
Yep, got it. Okay. I don't want to say too much. I don't know what's. So if it's a couple $1 million is a lot of money. I mean, the biggest thing we've done so far is the Bruce Beasley, which was like $400,000. Right. And the biggest private piece we did was the one at 1050 Page Mill, which is an $80 million project. It's like $800,000 for a beautiful sculptural piece that's going to be out front. I expect there'll be a lot of discussion about that one. That'll be a major call. I mean, for an artist to do $1 to $2 million is a massive thing. And I'd want to see the designs before I'd make any recommendations about what we would do.
Tom.
So thanks for re-upping. I think we have 4 openings.
Yes.
So what do you think we should look for in terms of adding to the commission? Are there particular skill sets or just general characteristics?
So we have, I think we have an interesting mix today. So I actually personally recruited a couple of the candidates, who you guys voted in at the last time. So Mila Zelka has a background as an architect and works at Palantir. I think that's kind of an interesting combination. And she'd worked in kind of low-income housing development prior to her job at Palantir. And we have someone that's kind of a community member, has got great taste in art, Lauren Gordon, who comes from a family that's involved in the arts. We have a guy that's Ben, who's super seasoned, like served on our commission for a couple terms, and also knows San Jose, so I think that's awesome. And then we have one person that's, one of the people is terming out, like has moved out of the area. I'd like to see, it'd be interesting to have a working artist. I mean, I don't know that if we can have someone that is a practicing artist, I think that would be something to consider. I don't know who else is on the docket. I'd say someone with, someone that runs a business. would be interesting, representative of the business community. And those would be two specific things that I'd call out that we don't have. And then just people that know something about art. Like, it's when you have these discussions and you're giving feedback on something, it's hard where, you know, if no one's studied art history, or they're not like regular at museums, or they like to answer the question like, where do you go for outside inspiration? Someone that demonstrates some passion or interest in art in some way to you. I mean, that you feel like, oh, this person is someone that, you know, it's hard to gauge taste, but is engaged enough in looking at art and talking to artists that they'll be able to contribute to the discussions to help inform the decisions that get made with staff.
All right, well, thank you very much. We're sort of out of time.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And now we're with Amanda Ross, who's also an incumbent. Welcome, Amanda.
How are you?
And thanks for your service.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
So if you want to give a short introduction, then we'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Very short introduction. I'm Amanda Ross. I have lived in Palo Alto with my family since 2009, and I had the good fortune of being appointed to the Public Art Commission in 2011, and I'm here for my third term. I don't know actually if that's like done, but it is such a pleasure to be a member of this commission, to have seen the changes that I have over the time I've been on, and it's really fulfilling, worthwhile, and the work keeps improving. And I think that there's still lots to do, and I can bring impact and quality and energy and expertise to it.
All right. Karen?
Sure. So thank you for reapplying. So what's so cool about Code Art?
Well, Code Art is great because it's the first time we're in a position to actually do something like this. We have a master plan in place, sort of something we've been talking about for a very long time. And Code Art is interesting because we are able to send out requests for ideas and proposals to many different teams of artists. And so it's not just this like one project at one time, and you either get it or you don't, or you either see it or you don't. It's going to be downtown. It's going to be bigger and broader and more impactful. And I think that the thing about art that isn't fluffy or kind of peripheral is that art brings consciousness. And consciousness as human beings is what we have. And it's maybe the most important thing that we have. It causes people to look, think, and be human beings. And so Code Art is just really ambitious and big, and we've done nothing like it before. It's really exciting to have it in Palo Alto, where I think just based on community input to the master planning process, people are looking for it. People are excited by it. It's something that they want. So I'm really hoping it's successful and great and amazing, or it's a spectacular failure and we learn from it and know what not to do next time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Lydia?
I was just going to say thank you. It was really exciting listening to you and expressing, your delight with art and how much you love it. I mean, it's really great. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Eric?
So after all these years, you're on the commission now. What kind of people do you think would help the commission next year? I mean, there are several openings.
Sure. So the people that are currently on the commission are one of the reasons that I love serving so much, and I think that all of them bring different skills. I mean, I'm following Jim, who's like a hard act to follow. He just brings a general intellectualism, thoughtfulness, and a commitment to it. I think that the most important thing would be energy. and just organic excitement about art and just general support, because the program manager and team that are in place are quite good. I don't mean that in a, well, it's a judgment, but they're quite good, they're quite capable, they're quite professional, so they need support, and I think that they need commissioners to get out physically, advocate for the art, get people excited for it, and make the awareness there. So yeah, I think energy, excitement, and like we like nice people.
So, what are you most proud of over the last 6 years?
You know, what I'm most proud of is not an art project per se. It's that we got a master plan written and produced, and it's quite an excellent document, I must say. In that it really says a lot, and we had wanted to do it for a very long time. So the fact that it got done was like probably one of my more prouder moments on the commission. Also because we spend time every year going into retreat and figuring out priorities, and this just sort of sets a groundwork that everybody is on board with to march forward, as opposed to trying to like reboil the ocean every year. It's that master plan project. And then as far as the art, I don't know if all of you saw it, but for the first time, as part of the master planning process, we had 2 artists from California College of the Arts come down and position themselves at different places in the city. So like for 2 farmers markets, they were at the top of Cal Ave, and they were there to solicit people's opinions about art through art. And I think that people were really surprised that art isn't just always 2- and 3-dimensional forms, even in this city. They were social practice artists, and they were at the art center, and they were downtown, and they were on this tandem bike, and they went to Midtown. So they were having people write what they thought and capturing that as the art project itself. So it was like doing art was the art. And I want to see more art like that in the city, just that surprises people a bit and is not as traditional as we would normally consider public art.
Karen?
Yeah, what do you think art can or is meaning to kids, and what, as a commissioner, and what do you think the commission could do to better represent that influence on children in this community?
It's an excellent question. I'm really glad that you asked it. I have 3 children, all in public schools, and first and foremost, I believe every child is an artist. So I fervently support arts education, and art with an S in all forms. I think we could do a lot more. I happen to think that the programs that are offered are quite good. The Art Center does a wonderful job extensively educating in art. I do think, though, that it's no secret that we have a small mental health issue with some of our youth, and I think that art could be brought to address and or help that a bit. And the way I'm sort of thinking is that, art is a means of expression for a lot of people that, have no other way to express what they're thinking. And I think that in different ways, giving them ways to express them, making them aware of the types of people who make art, making them aware of the process that goes into art. There's like lots of different elements we could affect them. And I also think that there is a huge gaping hole need in the community for art, especially at the middle school. Because I think a lot of times we talk about the elementary school and we talk about the high school, and we've got this like, they're sort of like these like 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are sort of persona non grata in the community because they can't work and they're not kids and they want to be able to go and do things. And I think that, exposing them to people who are artists, whether it's, we're only visual art, but musicians or performing artists of some sort from a city standpoint, could be very interesting. Does that answer?
Yes, it does.
Okay, sure.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you have any final remarks you'd like to
No,
make.
I just thank you all so much. And I was kind of nervous because we have the joint meeting. And so I feel like sometimes the last one time I knew more of you than I do now. But anyway, thank you so much for all that you do for our city. And it's a wonderful place to live. And we really appreciate that you're here at 9:05 at night. I mean, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, well, welcome.
Thank you.
So if you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself,
Okay.
and then we'll ask some questions.
Okay. Let me speak into the microphone. No, my name is Senya, and I moved to Palo Alto in 2002 when I bought my first home. And I saw this posting on Nextdoor, and I just realized in the past years I've really became a Palo Alton. And investing more and more time here, and I just thought would be a good way to contribute back to the community, love my city, and sort of just care for it in whichever capacity I can. My day job, I'm a lawyer by training. I serve on a community board for a community bank. I serve on the board of a community bank in LA. And so we're always looking for different opportunities to sort of participate in community building. My personal interest, it really stems in the arts. I mean, I went to a liberal arts college. I studied art history when I was in college. I love walking around, looking at beautiful things or not so beautiful things. One of the things that became topical for me, actually, was I walk my dogs a lot, and I find that I meet a lot of people through meeting dog people. And also walking the neighborhoods. And I noticed that one of my neighbors on Brian and I want to say, is it Brian and one of the corners? Huh? Lowell, yeah, is at the corner. They really do a lot. Have you guys seen that corner? And particularly recently, I think with the election. Catherine put up all these posters of all the U.S. presidents, and I don't know how other people have reacted to it, but I just remember every time I passed by, I would see families coming by, and families of all different ethnic group, different age group, and no one's really judging. Everyone's just there to learn from one another, and I thought it was just fantastic. And, it's not, esoteric art, but it's definitely created a safe space for people to come, socialize, and community build a little bit. And I think for our community, because we're a suburb, but we're so international in the draw that we have from the global population. I thought whatever we can do to make it a more welcoming experience at whatever level, it's a worthwhile effort. So that's really my reason for being here.
Adrian?
Thank you so much for applying.
Okay.
I like two things you said. So one you said is I walk around the streets, the neighborhoods, and these are things I like, and there are things I don't like. And then you also mentioned this thing, welcoming. I'm wondering if you can think in terms of our city and the arts and our neighborhoods. What's actually the least welcoming thing? What might make somebody feel unwelcome in Palo Alto, and what may we do about it?
I think it's the attitude. I think that really will be the thing that I'm most concerned about. I read often that we're perceived as a sort of a money pocket. A lot of people think, oh, you're from Palo Alto, and it seems like people are associating us with money more than anything else as part of our identity, and I think that could be off-putting in many ways. I think there are just so many wonderful, valued traditions that we have in this community. All the book exchanges. Oftentimes I will find on Nextdoor, people are giving away things to one another. You're just trading things, or you're trading support for one another. And in fact, I find that our community is actually really welcoming, but I think a lot of people are sort of hesitant And that's the one thing I noticed, because when you have so many sort of houses are sort of wall off, or gates, or just frankly because people don't know each other. I think that's the part. It's not that we're intending to not be friendly, but I think whatever we can do to have environments or activities that are making it more accessible for people that are here on a short term, or here on their weekdays when they're working here, or here on the weekends, or here for a period of time, because some people have split homes. Whatever we can do to make our community feel a little more welcome, I think that really would be really all of our goals, I'm sure.
All right. Lydia?
So, in terms of art, how would you see your developing art to be engaging and fostering children to be interested in bringing their creativity into it, but not just it'll be children, seniors, different age groups,
Right.
including children with disabilities.
Yeah. I think we have an art festival, right? I think it's one of our annual events. And I think we have one section of it that we wall off, that where we allow people to kind of get in there and like draw and whatnot. I don't know how we can make maybe some of that type of forum a little more available. Certainly, I think, there are senior communities. If you can cross-pollinate a little bit between the different community groups, I think that would be really great. But yeah, I mean, that would just sort of be something off the top of my mind.
All right. Eric?
Hey, what's your favorite piece of public art in Palo Alto, and why?
What's my favorite piece of public art in Palo Alto?
Other than your neighbor's rotating installations.
It's terrible. I mean,
Which I like too.
Now that you said it, the only thing that came to my mind is this chicken I've seen in my neighborhood. And it's not public art, but the fact that they put it on their front lawn makes it look like public art.
Where is that?
There's this blue chicken. Have you seen it? No. It's on Seal. I want to see Seal.
Oh, I know which one you mean. It's like Seal and almost
right?
Almost Middlefield.
Right, exactly. And it's just, it's a Spanish-style house. And I think they were re-landscaping to make it more environmentally sound, with the drought tolerant. And they put in a chicken that's made of metal, and it's brightly colored. And when I first saw it, I thought, okay, because there's some people that have chicken, like real chicken, in our neighborhood as well. And I thought, well, that's a statement and I have just really grown to love it. And then there's some neighbors that have dinosaurs. And again, I mean, none of these are really big public statement, public arts, and nor are they big name artists. But I think they're just evidence of people loving their neighborhood and trying to show a little personality and trying to be friendly. So.
One quick question.
Yes.
Do you know our neighbor, Catherine, who does the installation?
I do know her.
What's her last name?
I don't know her last name. Dems, okay.
Dems or Debs? Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
All right, Karen.
Yes.
Oh, just a quick question. So you mentioned the Bryant and Lowell installations. You mentioned the chickens.
Yeah.
And you mentioned what the other thing was. Should
the dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs, yeah, thank you. I don't know if you're familiar with Marissa Meyer's hippopotamus, but should the UAC, should it try to promote or encourage a lot more of this public art that's public but actually privately owned?
Oh, should we promote it?
Yeah, encourage it. Maybe not promote, but encourage.
I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, we have we have. And frankly, I mean, I think because we have so many celebrities living in the neighborhood, they're already tour buses, right? And I think some of these, families have been very neighborhood friendly. They open their homes up for, Halloween and whatnot. And so it's like, I remember one day I was walking a friend around, and she's from Germany, and I'm kind of introducing her to the neighborhood. And we passed by Catherine's house, and that day Catherine had on rollers on her head. She's quite a character, and she had she had English style riding boots on and all that. And my German friend said, "I'm so impressed with this neighborhood. Like, now tell me, why does she have rollers on?" And then I said, but she's just such a lovely person. I went over and hugged her, and and then so my German friend, who was at first just really taken aback because she was like, "My God, this is such an exclusive neighborhood," and then she sees someone that she in her mind thinks, "Oh, she's got something that I could kind of maybe dismiss, right? Because it's middle of the day, she's got rollers and she's standing in front of her house." And I thought, but that's the character, right? Like, people are comfortable here. So if people are going by and noticing dinosaurs or public arts, it's a way to kind of give the visitors something to have a conversation about. I mean, why not? It makes the neighborhood a little quirkier and a little more fun. Why not? It's at no one's expense.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do for Palo Alto.
All right, great. I think so. We may just wait till we get there and then stop after you've been here for half an hour. That's our usual MO. So welcome. So if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll probably ask some questions.
Well, I have lived in Palo Alto since 1979. Before that, I lived in Brisbane and London. I've been very involved in the arts all my life on a fairly high level as things go along. I've worked with the Sackler Center for the Arts in Washington, D.C. I've done a show, I've worked with the Cantor, Asian Art Museum, museums in China. I'm very busy with China. I have a gallery in Beijing. But when I think about art in Palo Alto, there's two things that I feel are important that I would like to say. And one is art is a very important opportunity for people to think without using words. And our whole lives, all our work is full of words. We think through words. And that they're useful. We couldn't get along without them, but we need to develop other ways of thinking and being sensitive to the world, and art is a way to do that. The other thing is, Palo Alto has such a sort of a high IQ population that I don't think there's any point in feeling like the art needs to be dumbed down. And I feel like a lot of the art is dumbed down, and I feel bad about that. I feel kind of embarrassed about that when friends visit. I like the art that's that's in appropriate places, like community centers or places where children will go, where it's sort of friendly art and an easy entry to understanding it. But I would like there to be it's kind of more levels for people to get out of a work of art, not just superficial, easy. I would like there to be more under that, because I think that that's what would really serve the community here.
All right. Tom?
So I read all your papers, took me about 3 weeks.
Oh dear, sorry.
So I appreciate what you're saying. I guess as part of the art commission, I guess how would you handle working with other people who might have a different view on art from yourself?
Mm-hmm. I think it's easy to, if it's explained reasonably, I think people can agree that a really great work of art is something that there's an outer level that draws people in, And if people invest some amount of thought, they can get to the next level and the next level and the next level. It just depends how much effort they're willing to put into it. But it's possible to get art that can serve people on different levels.
Eric.
I'm really curious now. What's a piece of public art in Palo Alto that you really like? And then what's maybe one that you don't quite like as much?
Well, I've always liked the Greg Brown pieces. I really love I'm sorry, I don't know what it's called, the lights on the tree out front here. And I don't even know why I like it. It's something that just kind of gets to me. I mean, this is something without words that kind of just somehow means something to me. Did you ask for something I don't like?
Or what's something that doesn't quite speak to you as much?
Doesn't quite speak to me as much. Well, there are a few things. Which is my favorite? I guess maybe since I live in College Terrace, and there was that fountain near the train station that was falling apart. I really wish it had been put back together in such a way that people could sit around it like they had used to do, and I think it's too bad that it ended up being sort of fancy.
Lydia?
Will you share with me what art in Palo Alto would you consider as something that would be dumbed down, as you said, just so that I can get an example of that?
Mm-hmm. Well, like that piece Run, I just don't get it. It's like a cute joke, but is there anything more there? I don't know.
Is that the car? Yeah,
the car. Yeah, right.
Everybody talks about that one. Lots of people, they all talk about it.
But it's not much there. It's like a one-line joke.
So I have a question for you. You make some strong statements. You say that I would like to have better art that has strong aesthetic values that work in harmony with the materials to produce a meaningful work of art.
Mm-hmm.
So that implies that most of the public art we have, you feel, doesn't achieve
Mm-hmm.
that. Is that true? And if so, what in Palo Alto do you think does achieve that? Or maybe there's nothing.
No, I'm not saying that I think nothing is like that. That's my ideal.
But give me an example of Palo Alto public art, or some art in Palo Alto, something I could say where that meets that criteria. If you can't do it in Palo Alto, give me an example of something that maybe I've heard of.
Well, the Oliveira piece, obviously, that's an obvious yes. From the material to the idea to the, everything.
Okay.
It's Palo Alto is placed so that, Stanford has this fabulous art collection or sculpture collection. Nobody is going to ever try to beat that. And then there's Los Altos, and they seem to have it together a little bit, I think. But Palo Alto, I appreciate most of the pieces that are done with an aim of, I guess, bringing a sense of community together or something like that. Like the new pieces on the new community center, and the owls are really great.
So you like the owls?
Yeah.
So one other quick question. You mentioned Horitomo, and I Googled Horitomo, and it must be my fault because all I come up with is a tattoo artist.
Yeah, he's a great tattoo
So is
artist.
the tattoo, is that same guy?
Yes.
Okay, I was curious about whether or not that's who you meant.
Yes.
So you're talking about mobile art.
Well,
Mobility as a servant.
No, I think he's made books, so he can make, public art. He can make a mural.
Okay.
Or he could make, tattoos on people.
Tom?
So a quick question. I mean, are you committed to coming to the meetings every month? I mean, with your Shanghai schedule and things? Beijing,
I would
sorry.
no doubt miss some of them, but I would come to most of them. I actually haven't traveled much this last year. I've been sort of hiding in Palo Alto while while things go on in Beijing.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're back to the HRC. Well, welcome. If you want to just give a short introduction, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Sure. Hi, my name is Stephen Lee. I'm a relatively new resident to Palo Alto. I've been here about a year now, but I'm a 20-year plus resident of Santa Clara County. I've served on 2 previous Human Relations Commissions and 1 Social Services Commission in Davis and 1 Housing and Community Development Advisory Commission for the county, Santa Clara. I think right now, in the current political climate, it's more than ever very important for bodies like the Human Relations Commission in Palo Alto to do what it can to, really look after and be strong advocates for the rights of people of different identities in our community, and to really stand up and be advocates for them, and to also be good stewards of different folks in our community who are most vulnerable, especially as funding at the federal level is threatened. So I think commissions like the Human Relations Commission have a very important role, more so now than ever. And so I would love to see Palo Alto and this commission do what it can to be really strong advocates for those groups, and to be take a leadership position in ensuring that we do what we can for those groups. And I look forward to answering your questions.
All right. Corey? Yes. No. Anyone have any questions? Tom?
Yeah, so you applied for Parks and Rec before, right?
That's correct.
So I've asked some other people this, what do you think Palo Alto should do for homeless people living in vehicles?
I definitely think we need to find permanent housing for the homeless community here in Palo Alto. I think by getting them into permanent housing, we stand a better chance of getting them the help and assistance that they need to get on their feet and to live more productive lives. So I think that's for a start. I think there are a lot of untapped resources in this community to provide them with that sort of stability and to make it easier for other service providers to access them and give them those services that they need to, again, get on their feet. So I definitely think that's something that we should, in a community as prosperous as Palo Alto and in a region as prosperous as the Bay Area, there really is no excuse for people to be living in their cars or living on the streets and sidewalks.
Anyone else? So you seem to have, you were on our Parks Commission, was that?
I applied for the
You
Parks
applied for the Parks Commission, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
You seem to have been on a lot of, I guess, commissions, and you were in Durham and Davis and all of that. So what of those experiences are you most proud of? What did you think was the most thing that you accomplished?
I think my most fulfilling experience was in Durham, serving on their Human Relations Commission. It had been the second commission that I had served on like that one. While Davis was very fulfilling, it was, there weren't as many human relations issues there because it was a very prosperous college town. Durham, on the other
Unlike
hand,
Palo Alto, right?
very similar to Palo Alto, right? But Durham, has a history of interesting tensions between the demographics of the community versus the demographics of the campus, which were very, very different. And of course, everyone knows about the famous Duke Lacrosse case, which sort of emphasized those tensions within the community and the history of racial tensions and socioeconomic tensions in that community. So that really opened my eyes to the need for commissions like the Human Relations Commission and the role that they could serve in helping to bring forth dialogue on certain issues and to be strong advocates for those who really need an advocate. So one of the things I did during my time on the Durham Human Relations Commission is we had asked that the city make all of our single-stalled bathrooms gender neutral. And we came out with a very strong statement in support of folks' right to use whichever bathroom of their choosing. And this was sort of ahead of the most recent bathroom bill that they had passed in North Carolina. And so we were kind of on the leading edge of that issue. And so I think it's very important to take positions like that and anticipate them before they happen, but also to be reactive to them and let folks in the community know that, hey, yes, other entities in the state are taking these positions, which we know are very hurtful to you and contrary to your interests, but we are here to be advocates for you. And so I'm glad that we were able to do that then, and hopefully it laid the foundation of further advocacy now that things are on the state level, unfortunately, a lot worse. Also, when I was there, one thing that I was proud of was using the anniversary of 9/11 to take a very clear position as to how we should treat folks of different religious and ethnic backgrounds. Because, I grew up in a post 9/11 world, right? 9/11 happened when I was in 8th grade in junior high, and I was, studying the U.S. history and the Constitution, and so those lessons of history, in contrast to that tragedy of 9/11, really stuck with me, and I wanted to be sure that I was a strong advocate for people who would and eventually did face persecution in light of that incident, and so, And so most recently, I had the Durham City Council actually announce a Fred Korematsu Day. Right? They declared that recently. I did that remotely, even though I'm here in Palo Alto now. And again, it has very similar underpinnings to what the current political climate is with regard to a different ethnic and religious group. And so time after time, we see history repeat itself. And so it's important for us to remember that history so that we don't make those mistakes going forward.
All right.
So I'm very proud of what I did in Durham.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
If you want to give like a 30-second summation or anything, that's fine.
Sure. I think I have a very unique perspective on things. I strongly believe that the Human Relations Commission needs to be a strong advocate for those least among us and those who are most vulnerable to discrimination. But I also believe strongly that we need to bring the whole community with us. It's a lot easier to advocate for the rights of the minorities and to get funding and support for programs that support the most vulnerable among us if we have the support of a strong constituency and well-informed constituency. And so throughout my life, I've sought out opportunities to engage with people who may disagree with me or hold different viewpoints. That's only one of the reasons why I went to law school in North Carolina, because I wanted to get outside the California bubble, meet people who grew up with different backgrounds, different opinions than me. And that's only one of the reasons why I'm an attorney at a startup whose primary customers are farmers in the Midwest. I come into contact every day with folks who hold different political opinions than myself and who may have voted for the current administration. And while I disagree with them, it provides me with an opportunity to get to know the folks whose minds and hearts we need to change and bring along with us. It's one thing to be an advocate and be like, no, we just need to protect people's rights and not care about what other people think about that. But if we can convince them by exposing them to the people we're trying to protect and advocate for, then it'll be a lot easier to see the progress that we want to make by bringing everyone along with us. So that's what I want to do. I want to be a strong advocate, but also bring every member of this community and bring them together to move forward. And as the heart of Silicon Valley, I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to be, leaders in this area and to use innovative ways to do that. And so, I want to harness the resources, the prosperity, wealth, and ideas and energy of Silicon Valley to really advance those and not just do the status quo. I think it's very easy for bodies like these to do the same sort of thing year after year, to give grant money to the same organizations year on year and not see any progress. So to the extent that we can use the resources we have to actually make some progress on these things and to be innovative and to get problem solved is something that I would try to focus on if given the opportunity to serve.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here.
So if you want to give us just a brief introduction, then we'll ask some questions.
Yes, sure. I've worked and lived in Palo Alto for 10 years now, and I'm very amazed and impressed by the community and the volunteers that make all the difference. I feel very blessed to be part of this active community. Through my son's school, I see how much difference volunteering can make, and that's when I saw on Nextdoor this listing for this human relations commissioner, and it sounded very interesting. And I looked up at all the other opportunities as well, and I felt human relations was what was closest to my heart. And I could take a step towards volunteering for that. I care about diversity and inclusion, social awareness, issues relating to social media. As my son goes into middle school, and people are using phones and Google Hangouts and things we can do at the city level to make people more aware of the dangers associated with information available online and how to make a difference there. So this is, my attempt to, volunteer and do something. So I was working for big law firms for 10 years, and in February I've moved to a smaller firm, and so I have a lot more flexibility in time, and I was looking for opportunities that would help fill in, my social needs as well as emotional and needs. So,
all right, Tom.
Yeah, thanks for applying.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been asking several people this. What do you think Palo Alto should do about homeless people who are living in their vehicles? So they have a car.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there is a lot of volunteering that goes on with respect to providing food and shelter. I know from schools we have events, couple of times more around the holidays when we go out, give blankets and things like that. And there is also this concern that I see on the other side of the spectrum, where there are a lot more people entering houses and stealing things, where we want people to be more respectful of the space that we have. And it is also like my son is 10 years old now, and he's at the age where I could have him by himself for 10-15 minutes or half an hour. I just looked up, like, California doesn't have a rule or law that says that, like, Delaware has, like, 12 years and older can stay at house by themselves. California is like the parent who decides, And if I'm in a safe neighborhood, I would feel more comfortable. But if there were a car with a homeless person parked right outside my house, I wouldn't be that comfortable. So I think the thing about what makes the community really strong is kids can walk to their friends' houses, play, like be by themselves, independent, and so I would want to do the right thing by the homeless person who is there in a situation, by providing him means with an institution, to figure out what are his dynamics, whether he has any relatives that can support him and things like that. But I would not be comfortable with homeless people around. I'm speaking from my personal experience, and I want to be honest, because so it would be a big concern for me. Yeah. And I want to be honest about that.
So I have a question for you.
Yes.
You said, as a minority brown woman with Indian heritage, I'm interested in inclusive activities around diversity and human relations. I was wondering what kind of activities you were thinking of at the time that you might want to encourage or something like that.
Yeah, I feel there are already quite a few activities that are around those lines. Like recently there was at Mitchell Park, the city funded the Festival of the Colors for Indians. And so there was a lot of awareness among the children. I feel like not just about South Asian culture. We respect. I think that's what we are here in the Bay Area, and California is very progressive, but especially in the Bay Area and Palo Alto, we are in that prime position where we can lead the world with our thinking and progressiveness as to how to make a difference, and by accepting different cultures and appreciating, feeling confident about your own identity, and accepting who you are, where you feel confident within yourself, and then you can expect the society to accept you for who you are.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So along the lines of what the mayor was saying,
yeah.
So this is what people would what happens is what would make you comfortable. How would you take it and bring other people in, especially, of our ethnic background, to make them comfortable with what is here in our community and to be accepting, as well as to help them integrate?
Yeah, so I think hosting events, having interactions where people can mingle, having festivals. There are art and music festivals where people from different cultures come in and host their cultural exhibits. And so having things of that nature would be what I haven't thought of a concrete plan as to, okay, this is the perfect thing that would help get that awareness. But I would think things of that nature would help.
And then I noticed that you said over here, safer cyber environment for our kids, youth, adults, and seniors. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean when you said this, and have you experienced something that you might want to work on?
No, I haven't. This is more as to figuring out how people and kids, especially, and I have a friend who runs a website for seniors, and I have been speaking with other friends who have kids in middle school. My son is still in elementary, so he doesn't have a phone or so you come across different social media issues which were not there previously. Where as a parent, you are now facing different issues in this society because of the availability of information and smartphones, and so like how could a school make a difference? I was just trying to put together my thoughts as to what are the things that would be important for me, and that was, one of the things. Yeah.
Eric?
Hi, so thanks, thanks for applying, and two questions.
Yes.
One, what attracted you to, how did you decide to apply for this particular commission, Human Relations Commission? And the second one is, I would guess that if you're doing mostly IP-related kind of legal work, you probably don't have too much interaction with nonprofits, but do you guys interact with that community? Okay.
Yeah, so I have done pro bono work for nonprofits, and we do interact with that. That's like beginning from incorporation, helping them with operating agreements, figuring out what are their IP issues, privacy issues. So we have done. I have personally done pro bono work, so in my current firm, I haven't. I just joined my firm in February, but in my past firm I have. And so I would think you're thinking like nonprofits as to how they interact with the city of.
The Human Relations Commission deals with a lot of nonprofits.
Okay. Okay.
How did you gravitate to this particular commission as opposed to our commission or the planning commission or something like that?
Yeah, so I looked up the issues, and this one felt like it had the diversity issues that are, inclusiveness in the community, and copyright, online, social media kind of issues that could go in to the Human Relations Commission position. So that.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just, because there were a lot of art candidates before me. And I was like, I love art and I can look at art, but I don't think I can make a difference by applying for an art position. I'm well aware of my own limitations. So, yeah. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Well, welcome, Curtis.
Thank you.
So if you want to just give us a brief introduction, and then we'll ask some questions.
Sure. First, I'm terrible with this microphone, so I apologize. I think last time I got an F on operating the microphone, but I'll try again.
You just press it and leave it on.
I did the opposite. I'm not very good at it. There you go. Yeah. My name is Curtis Smoller. I'm an attorney. I'm primarily a real estate attorney. I've been practicing for about 20 years. I do mostly litigation relating to land use and anything that touches real estate. I probably have been involved with at some point. I've been involved with cases that involve the California PUC. I have been involved in consumer cases in which involving other areas of the PUC that this PUC does not get involved in. I've also been involved with campaigns in San Francisco relating to the PG&E and San Francisco agreement, which is unlike the Palo Alto municipal district. Basically, there was for a little while San Francisco was thinking about doing a MUD, as I would call it, a municipal utility district like you have in Palo Alto. I was involved in some trying to help people who are campaigning for that. It didn't go through. That was that. I've been involved in biodiesel companies. I've also been involved with private electrical contracts that when they were during deregulation in the early part of the 2002 to 2006, I think it was, there was deregulation in different parts in the U.S. So I worked with companies that were involved in deregulation in Texas. I did cases. I had cases in the Northern District of Texas regarding that. Before there were smart meters, it was all approximation of of how much energy people were going to be using, so they would be buying against sort of what they thought they were going to be using, that sort of thing, if that makes sense. I guess bottom line, lawyer, done a lot of different things. Mostly litigation. I argued in front of the 2nd District Court of Appeal last week in LA. I practice. I'm still currently practicing. I live in Old Palo Alto, on Waverly between Nevada and Oregon. So that's the basic me.
Greg?
So you know that Palo Alto for decades has been trying to get high-speed or very high-speed internet to the homes, right? Like through fiber, without a lot of success. Why do you think that is, and how do you think you could change that?
Well, I think that there's a lot of different parts to that question. I think that you're dealing with multiple companies that are competing for that business. I think the question would be sort of how we'd have to sort of balance how involved Palo Alto itself would be involved in that actual laying of fiber. I don't know if it would be Palo Alto wouldn't be doing it itself, is my assumption. It probably would be there are private companies that are vying for that business, is my understanding. So my sort of gut feeling of why it hasn't been successful is because you would want to take, you want to get the most, I think it's because you have to balance the private versus the public in this area. I mean, you have companies that want to do that. And so the question would be, how do you do this and be fair to the different companies who all are vying for the same access?
So on the Palo Alto Utility Strategic Plan, what do you think we've gotten right, and what do you think we may have gotten wrong?
Okay, so in my review of it, the thing from my review of it and what my understanding of what as a citizen advisor, what you'd be doing, basically, what I think has been done correctly and done very well is and if I'm thinking about the right document, and I have to look because I have them organized. But basically, my recollection is the movement from fossil fuels to other areas of electricity creation. When I was at Thielen back in 1999, 2000, we did a lot of coal-fired power plants and natural gas-fired power plants. Trash to electricity was starting, but was not very successful in my experience when I was working on the contracts then. I think that there's been a tremendous move in the charts that I was looking at. If I'm thinking about the right document, and again, I have to pull my computer out to see that I'm correct, showing the move from the fossil-based electricity to non-fossil based, and I think that's incredibly important. And that's, from my point of view, what I'm really interested in. I've worked with the biodiesel companies for the same reason. I think that working to get away from reducing your carbon footprint, A, and B, just from a lot of different I think there are a lot of different reasons to get away from fossil-based created electricity, if that makes sense.
Tom?
So if you're going to make that transition, what do you do with your gas utility?
I think, are you asking, well, that's a very...
So we have a pretty big investment in infrastructure, and we start shifting people off of gas. It'll be more expensive for the people left on gas. So what do you do?
Well, I think that the question would then be, how do you have parity for people who are moving towards? Well, natural gas is not going to have the same sort of carbon footprint as coal. I mean,
I meant more as a owner of the utility, the city. What should the city do with the gas utility?
Oh, well, I think the gas utility, I don't think you're ever going to get it to 100%. So I mean, you're going to get inroads, but you're never going to get there fully, right? So you're going to get there. You're basically I think what you have is that you would potentially, and I have to look at the numbers because I don't know the answer to this off the top of my head. But what I'm assuming is that the cost of running this is also it costs a lot as well. So the question would be, how do you potentially you could decrease that would decrease as well, and you would basically have other potential electrical sources that could help defray that infrastructure cost that you currently have. The other question is maybe you can retool those for other purposes as well. I don't know the answer right now, and we're in a city where Stanford is here, and I'm sure that there are people much smarter than me thinking about that specific issue. And I don't think as a citizen advisor to the utility, I really would have the impact of actually changing that. But I think that my idea would be to get cleaner energy, and natural gas is one. I mean, it burns cleaner than a lot of other fossil fuels.
Anyone else? Yep.
So have you heard of the idea of open access?
In which context?
In context of broadband.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your thoughts about implementing that as part of trying to incentivize the public-private partnership of getting high-speed internet to people's home?
So I have to, again, I haven't looked into this deeply. Can you give me the context of what open access is to help refresh my recollection?
Well, so we have how much time? Go ahead. Okay. So one way, of course, is we could pay for the trenching and putting all the last mile, right? That's one way of doing it. Or the other way of doing it, and the concept of open access is basically that the first person to put the line in has to basically allow other people to do it. So that basically, it's implemented in countries like Korea, South Korea, where in terms of the last mile connection, you basically it's like an auction if other people want to access it. So rather than just having like a monopoly or duopoly, where you can only you get this kind of duopoly or monopoly-like pricing, you have more of a competition. So thus, like in Korea or other places like that, you have dramatically higher speeds at much lower prices because of the fact that you don't have this duopoly, monopoly type structure.
Well, I think that's an incredibly interesting structure. I think that the thing to sort of balance there is a similar sort of situation that we were just discussing with, although you're looking forward towards changing from fossil fuels to other cleaner electricities. When you do that, you have other infrastructure that we were just talking about that's there that we would have to deal with. My concern, and I don't know the answer to this because I think it's a very complex question, but my concern would be if you have companies like Comcast that are out there that have tremendous interest in being the ones who are going to be controlling it. If you have other companies like Google or Apple or Cisco even, I can't say which companies it would be. You have the fact that there's going to be a tremendous amount of interest in being the ones who win. If I understand what you're saying is that you would have basically a monopoly if you're the first one in, right? So you're saying first one in would then allow others in after them? I mean, basically, my concern is this. My concern is I don't know how much the government wants to be getting into the private sector or vice versa in that specific area. And I don't know if that would be something that would be appropriate or not. I think that I would have to look at an actual study of how that would be done in this area and what the consequences would be. And again, being a citizen advisor, I don't think I'd be the one implementing the actual what would actually be done, but basically be involved in helping to craft how we move forward. That's my understanding.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're sort of out of time. So
thank you so much, and thank you for staying so late. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome, Jay. Thank you. So if you want to just give a brief introduction, then we'll ask some questions. Give me some chocolate.
So I'm Jay Weber. I'm an 8-year resident of Palo Alto, 28 years in the Bay Area. During that time, my wife and I have raised 2 wonderful daughters. Professionally, I have a PhD in computer science. I was an engineering fellow at HP Verifone, and I've been CTO of 4 internet startups. One of those was right here in Palo Alto. Besides professionally, personally, I've had some relevant interests. I've had several projects in solar power at my house. I drive an electric vehicle, and I have a project where I collect 8,000 liters of rainwater to do my landscaping around my house. So with those personal and professional interests, I think I have something to contribute, and being semi-retired, I have the time and the energy to give back to my community. I'd love to do so, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about my background.
Tom?
Thanks for applying. I wanted to ask you about fiber to the home, FTTP.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on municipally owned fiber, and are you aware of other cities and kind of their efforts in that area?
Well, I was very excited about what Google was doing and what they did do in some towns, and I was a supporter of the Palo Alto attempt to get on their list, but I do know that Google has shut down their fiber efforts, and so it's not going to happen that way. I know I keep hearing about AT&T fiber, and they keep advertising online, and I keep checking, and it's not available. I do know, I did watch the video of the last UAC meeting, and I know that there's a decision that needs to be made whether to keep pursuing FTTP or to go to something, the fiber to the node, leaving the option open for doing the last mile later on. And I think, the way it's heading, I think FTTN makes more sense at this point. But that's what I know.
So, you've done a lot of efficiency measures in your own home, it looks like.
Yes, I have.
And it's a net zero house?
Well, I still use natural gas for heating and for cooking, and I haven't calculated an offset for that, but with electricity, I'm a net generator, so it offsets it somewhat.
Okay, with the photovoltaics.
Yeah.
You also said you lowered your garbage output to under 20 gallons per month. What was it to start with?
When I first moved into that house, I put out a garbage can every week, but now it's only once a month.
So how'd you do that?
Well, I'm taking advantage of being able to put food scraps in the compost bins. A relatively recent program is one thing. I've also steered clear of packaging with styrofoam. So I take advantage of Amazon's offerings of their simple packaging and recyclable packaging. That's another big way I've done that. Also just being more mindful of what goes in which bin.
All right. Karen?
Thank you for all those efforts. Looking for an award. No, just kidding. No, you've been doing a lot of model practices. Are you familiar with the issue that comes up now and then and has for several years of a redundant power source? So we're not vulnerable the way we were when the Tesla plane went down and interrupted our power source.
Oh, you mean the grid? I'm not.
Yeah, connection to the grid, not a power source. Right?
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Connection. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Well, actually, it's termed sometimes a redundant power source too. So access to.
I remember hearing about the plane crash and the problems that caused, but I'm not familiar with the grid design issues.
Okay. Okay.
Eric.
So you're really well versed in solar, right? You've got it on your house and so forth.
Yep.
The city, we're in a position that we can we can pretty much buy as much utility-grade solar as we want. I mean, we're on track to do about a third of our total power needs, right?
That's
from
good.
Solar. And then, of course, we're encouraging people to put it on their roofs as well, right? It turns out that it's probably actually cheaper to buy the utility-grade solar than it is to put it on your roof for a variety of reasons. How should we think about that in terms of encouraging local, but also, it's also more expensive? How do we reconcile those things?
Well, I know that having panels on the roof, distributing the power generation can be more reliable than having. Yeah, right. You can have single points of failure with single sources. So that's one reason to encourage solar apart from the economics of it. I think there's another intangible. It's better to get the community to buy in through their own actions. That taking some responsibility and some control over their power by installing panels on the roof. Emergency preparedness. I'm in the process of getting a battery backup on my system for emergency preparedness reasons that you get with rooftop solar. It's hard too because these systems have a lifetime of 25 years, and you have to project how the rates are going to change over that time. I did the analysis before I put in the panels, and and spreadsheets told me they'd be paid back in about 12 to 15 years. But the rates have, the assumptions that I made on the rates has gone very differently. Yeah, I have to admit, I always am a little heartened when I see that the rates are going to go up like they're going to apparently this year, because it makes my investment better. But yeah, it's tricky to project that far ahead, 25 years, to understand whether it makes financial sense to put it on a particular rooftop.
Greg.
So speaking of the rates, so what's your thoughts about the rates that we pay in Palo Alto versus other cities in terms of, I'm not sure if you've been following the rate increases.
Just a little bit what's been in the weekly.
Okay, so what's your thoughts about that?
Well, I mean, I'm a believer in passing real costs on to consumers and not trying to smooth it over too much, because that brings people into the equation, the cost benefit equation. So I think as long as there's a reason, I understand that the rates need to go up this year because of hydropower purchases that were affected by the drought, and I think as long as there's a legitimate reason given like that, I think that people should understand that and be willing to pay more, and they'd like to pay less when the rates go back down, as long as there's a mechanism for having them go down as well as up based on market factors. I think that's fair.
Well, thank you very much. We're sort of out of time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lisa. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Thanks for taking the time to interview us all.
So if you want to give us a short introduction about what you're doing on the commission, and then we'll ask some questions.
Yeah. So my name is Lisa Forsell. I've served on the commission for the last year, and I've really enjoyed the work and getting up to speed on the issues, and have served on the budget subcommittee and taken particular interest in some of the issues, and I'm hoping to continue.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you Tom's question that he asked earlier. So we've been talking about moving to electrification. right? And moving away from our gas utility.
Mm-hmm.
So as that goes, obviously, if we move in that direction, and first of all, do you think it's the right course of action? Gas utility prices would go up as less people use it, but we have the large fixed costs. What do you see as the long-term future of the gas utility? And how do you think we should deal with the issues?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, your first question was, do I think it's the right direction to move in? And I think in a very, very long view, to be, to be maximally sustainable, you use completely carbon-free electricity as your energy resource and power everything from there. However, I don't think that 2017, is a year that you can make that change in its entirety. I think of this as sort of I don't want to say it, I don't know, it's measured in decades to make the transition, both because of the stranded assets of the gas infrastructure, and also because the reality of the electricity supply right now, our hydro resources can generate carbon-free electricity. Solar only generates during the day. Storage is not a cost-effective option. More wind is coming on. It's complicated, and to meet our sort of minute-to-minute demand. Right now, the way we do it through carbon accounting is to buy offsets, and we can do that for gas as well. In fact, we're about to start.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, so you've been on for a year, yes.
Mm-hmm.
What was the most surprising thing, and what was kind of the, most interesting thing you've learned in that year?
Let's see. One of the things I thought was interesting was when we evaluated the CLEAN program, and to find out how low the avoided cost of electricity is, so that I think it's around 8 cents a kilowatt hour, and the CLEAN program was offering 15 or 16 cents a kilowatt hour, and given that large delta, it didn't seem reasonable to continue past the sort of commitments that we'd already made. I had thought that it was less big of a bump, not as big of a bump from our avoided costs to what we were offering. That's one example of something that surprised me.
So I'll ask Eric's question as a follow-up. Are there reasons we should consider local solar generation?
So actually, that'll be another thing that I learned along the way. You could argue that there's increased reliability if you're generating locally. Then, in the event of a power outage outside of Palo Alto, at least we'd be able to generate locally. However, the way that rooftop solar systems are actually implemented, if the grid goes down, they automatically shut off. So I learned that there's not much reliability to be gained, except that there's recently been a rule change to, I want to call it Rule 27 or something, that came before us, and the codes are being changed. So in the future, new installations perhaps can add reliability, that they'll be more forgiving, and we'll be able to stay up when the grid goes down. And so this may change and come right back around to what I thought was originally the answer, that there's some advantage for local reliability.
That was very good, by the way.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I was totally impressed.
Thanks.
Greg.
So I saw that on question 3, you wanted to try to get a specific plan for municipal fiber to the premise.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very laudable goal. So why do you think it's been so tough for Palo Alto to make this happen, despite a lot of people wanting it, being a relatively affluent area that could really benefit from this? Why has it been so tough? And kind of the second part question is fiber really the right answer?
So let's see. It's funny, I wrote that and then got the packet a few days later where the UAC just in the last meeting, was considering fiber to the premises. Why has it been so hard? You know, I know that there's been a lengthy history, and I've only been here for the last year of it. When we've been talking about it, I think one of the biggest problems is that there's two incumbents. Comcast and AT&T are already here. If there weren't two other providers, it would be really easy to sign people up. My understanding is that in order for Palo Alto-owned FTTP to be financially viable, they need a 70% uptake, which is really hard to get. People are very slow to switch providers. I think some people are actively unhappy with Comcast and AT&T, and other people are sort of getting what they need, or maybe just not that motivated to switch. So it's hard to imagine a 70% uptake. So I think that's one of the big reasons that it's been difficult to come up with a plan that is that we can in good faith say, yes, we know this will be financially robust.
Anyone else?
The second part of the question was, is fiber the right answer?
Oh, sorry, I forgot the second part. You mean as opposed to wireless? I do think so. I mean, I'm not a networking engineer, but I'm wary of 5G and wireless technologies being right around the corner. I suspect that there's a lot of marketing and hype, and that the AT&T and Comcast are sort of motivated to promise that 5G is around the corner to keep Palo Alto from implementing fiber to the premises. I think it would be fantastic if it was built and people could use it. It's just very expensive to build. It is, I would say, future-proof. That, if we do invest in fiber infrastructure, I think the bandwidth will last for the very foreseeable future.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your service.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome, Lauren.
What's that?
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough out there. We apologize for being so late.
That's okay, actually. He's done a good job of keeping us, letting us know. So I actually went home for a while, more than you guys got to do.
So if you want to give us a brief introduction about yourself, we'll ask some questions.
Sure. So I've lived in Palo Alto for 21 years and been an active member of the community. I hope you can tell that from my application. And as a career in-house lawyer, I just want to let you know I have a lot of experience working as an advisor to policymaking bodies such as board of directors, and I understand the UAC's advisory role to the city council and believe I'm well prepared to contribute to that role. I love numbers despite being a lawyer, and I have a lot of experience with budgets and spreadsheets, and think I could easily translate that into reading emissions analysis and water usage reports and other type reports. Also, as in-house counsel, an important part of my job is balancing different goals to find practical outcomes, and I bring that same pragmatism to the commission and its goals of providing safe, reliable, and cost-effective utilities. I say sustainability sort of in my DNA. I was born into a drought in California. I'm a native Californian, and some of my earliest childhood memories actually are playing this game, especially with one of my brothers who could use less water when we took a shower. And maybe not everyone's idea of fun, but it did lead me to become a lifelong conservationist. And I welcome the chance to bring that same passion to the UAC and to be part of Palo Alto's innovation as it tries to become a carbon neutral utility and a carbon neutral city. And I did want to explain one thing on my application, because you may have noticed that I did check yes to the question of whether on my whether my spouse would be affected by any UAC decision. And my husband is a CFO of a tech company that has space on Embarcadero Road across from the airport. So if the UAC advised the city council to raise electric rates, for example, and the council did raise electric rates, then like any other business in Palo Alto, his business would be somewhat adversely affected.
Okay, that's not a conflict. You don't have to worry about that. All right. Any questions? Karen?
So you've lived here a long time, and you were here when the Tesla plane went down and disrupted power for a lot of our town. Do you recall that we've over time had discussions about coming up with a redundant source of power? In other words, like a second transmission system. You're familiar with that conversation?
Generally, yeah.
Do you have any thoughts about that, or how we might go about doing it? And it gets brought up, and then it kind of gets put on the back shelf because it's expensive, and then it gets brought up again. And
right.
Do you have thoughts about what we should do? Should we do it? How we go about doing it? Anything like that?
I guess if you're asking technically how to go about doing it,
No, just your perspective on
whether that's a good
prioritization
idea.
and,
I guess I would want to know what the economics of it are. I remember that day because I personally had to bike to a different city to be able to get my work done. So I haven't given it any kind of detailed thought. I think, yeah, it's a nice thing to have. I guess it depends what the trade-offs are. And if there are other ways to control such an outage, that would be a factor to consider as well.
Okay.
Eric?
So on the subject of solar, so the city is the utility now is in a fortunate position that we can basically buy as much utility grade solar as we want. I mean, we're on track to have a third of our electricity come from solar. At the same time, we've got a lot of programs in place to encourage people to put it on their roofs and so forth, right? It turns out that utility grade solar is actually quite a bit less expensive than putting it on your roof, okay? As a city, we're sort of encouraging both. How do we reconcile those? I mean, how do we think about that?
So actually on that one, I have given it some thought, and I think economically it probably makes more sense to buy it than to put it on individual rooftops. But I think there's some benefit sort of philosophically and actually as a community buy-in to see solar on rooftops. Whether it makes sense to subsidize those, I think that's a harder call. I think there's a lot of things that we're lucky about in Palo Alto and Palo Altans, and there's a lot of incentive for people to take their own action without necessarily being subsidized. There's certainly people in this community who don't feel it's okay to pay extra money to subsidize for someone else's solar panels, even if they do have a carbon neutral preference. So, yeah, I guess economically it's hard to justify it, but I think it's also good to encourage it as good citizenship.
Tom?
Are you familiar with efforts to bring fiber to the home, high-speed broadband?
Yes.
So a lot of the peninsula cities were counting on Google to do it for us, and Google pulled out. And now some cities like San Francisco are actually building it out themselves. How do you think Palo Alto should think about municipally owned fiber to the home?
Well, certainly having control over it is a great thing, and it's not going away in Palo Alto's, tech-reliant community. From what I understand, there's building it to nodes, and then whether you want to then, the economics of that, I think is about $70 million, and then whether to bring it to individual households and whether to do that by cable or wireless or some other future technology. This is what I worry. So we need it. I guess that's full stop. We need it I will say that, I don't know, a year ago I put on Nextdoor something like, well, would you recommend AT&T or Comcast? And I could not believe how many opinions there were on it, you know, and very earnest ones. What I worry about is if we start building it and then AT&T and Comcast decide, well, maybe we have to just up our service a little bit, and all of a sudden Palo Alto's put a lot of money into a service that no longer isn't going to compete with the current vendors because they decide to put more effort into what they provide.
Anyone else? Craig.
Have you followed the recent increases to our utility rates?
Was it 4%, I believe?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
Yes.
But, like there's water, there's trash, there's electricity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts about that?
I think it's okay to have slight increases, to have other goals like environmental goals. I'm sensitive to complaints. I know there was that, I think I wrote about in my application, right, about Ms. Diamond's complaint about being asked to pay more for electricity at the same time to being asked to drive electric cars, and that seems to be inconsistent. And I think that part of the problem is lack of education in the community and an understanding that the increases, what benefits the community is getting for those increases. I will say, even as I was reading up, considering whether to apply for this position and then thinking about this interview, there's a lot I learned. I mean, the information's out there. It's not necessarily the easiest to find, but I think there's a lot of information out there. It would be great to have it distributed in additional ways to the community.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks so much. I think you're down to your last one, right?
We are.
Good evening.
Good evening, Claude. If you want to give a short introduction, and then we'll ask you some questions.
Sure. I'll start by saying how fortunate we are to have our own utilities in Palo Alto. You know, each time I have to call Comcast, I'm reminded how fortunate we are not to have to deal with same things in Palo Alto. And I see that as a jewel that we have to protect and preserve for future generations as well. Let me briefly mention some of the expertise I think I would bring to the UAC position. First, I'm an electrical engineer, so I'm familiar with all aspects of electric generation, transmission, storage. I understand photovoltaic cells, heat pumps, all these things. I understand all the physics and economics behind that. I also have a very strong financial background. I used to work in corporate finance at Intel as a financial analyst. So I really do understand return on investment, discounted cash flows, P&Ls, and I think that's important for this role to be, because the financial aspects for the utility are very important. I also worked recently for Urja Fuel Cells. It was a green energy company, so it was an opportunity for me to learn a lot about the green energy environment. And maybe also very importantly, for 6 years I was on the board of directors of Cable Co-op, the cable TV company in Palo Alto, and it was very similar to a utility. We're operating under a heavily regulated environment. We had, like a utility, we had employees, we had customers. It was very similar. So I think a lot of the things that I learned there would be very highly relevant for the UAC position. There is a whole range of things, lots of things I'm really interested in and I love to focus on. So I'll mention a few items, and there are more also in my application I would be interested in exploring the opportunity to have smart meters so that maybe we can, one, decrease the cost of reporting power consumption, and also to use that as a tool for energy conservation. It's quite possible now to have a digital signature of the appliances being used, and maybe we could help customers better understand how their energy is being utilized, so that they take measures to improve conservation. I would be interested in looking at things like all the waste that comes from restaurants in Palo Alto, and trying to reduce that. There are two objectives. First, there's a waste itself that you have to deal with, but when you think about all the food that had to be produced, they also consumed a lot of energy to grow it and transport it. So there's a lot of CO2 essentially wasted with food waste as well. I would want also to make sure that when we look at some aspects of CO2 emission reduction, we look at the total equation. I mentioned this because not specifically in Palo Alto, but when people were looking at biofuels, for instance, in the past few years, they were not looking at the whole equation. And it turned out that yes, there were some reduction in carbon emissions, but they were not as great as people thought. So you have to look at the whole value chain there. I like to look at the supply side, how we hedge short-term versus long-term contracts with a goal of, making sure that we continue to have very competitive rates in Palo Alto for our customers. I like to look at how can we facilitate more installation of solar panels in Palo Alto. I think we are at a point in time where now it's really, really very attractive.
All right. Anyone questions? Greg.
So you've been in Palo Alto for quite some time. You've done a lot of different things, even the cable co-op, and you've probably seen the efforts of trying to bring like gigabit Ethernet to the homes, right, without much success.
Yeah.
What do you think we could do differently to help enable that? And what would your strategy be to make this happen? I think especially with being on the board of a cable co-op should help.
We were a pioneer.
Yeah.
So, not only, I think probably in the US, we are among the first ones to bring Ethernet through cable, So, yeah, I'm certainly a big proponent of that. I think, each time I go abroad, you see they have fiber, and we're in the middle of Silicon Valley, and we have pitiful rates, and we pay through the nose. So I know the city has been looking at that for a long time, and maybe, we need to accept a bit more risk and jump a gun and do something about it. I think ultimately we'll be less competitive in the Silicon Valley and in Palo Alto if we don't do the same as what's being done around the world.
Anyone else? Tom?
A couple of questions. So you don't have any conflict, you're not still at the fuel cell company?
Excuse me?
Are you still at the fuel cell?
No, I'm not there anymore. I was there for a consultant. I was director of marketing there, but he was not. It was a consulting position, not a full time. But I was there long enough to learn a lot about the market, and it was a very exciting technology. It was just a bit expensive.
Some cities are investing in potable water reuse, treating their wastewater plants. I don't know if you've seen some of that technology. I guess how would you think Palo Alto should evaluate that kind of upgrade to our wastewater treatment plant?
Yeah, I saw that it was discussing in one of our strategic plans. And in fact, one of the things, I could make a much longer list of things that interest me, but definitely, especially given the drought we had and are sure to have, I think the city should explore more ways to reuse water, from gray water. I know it's being used, for instance, to water some of our parks, but ultimately maybe it should be treated to be made consumable again. I think we definitely need to it's a long-term thing, but we need to certainly look into things like that. I would be a big champion of evaluating that.
So Claude, my real question is, why utilities? I mean, you've run for city council, you've been on Human Relations Commission, you've applied for the Planning Commission, I think, several times. So why now utilities?
Well, first, no, I did apply to the Utilities Commission a while back. I did. So it's not like a new thing. And, I'm very interested in public service. I'm sure you know that.
Right, school board, I forgot that.
Yes. Maybe I don't have the best expertise for planning and transportation, but I think for me, it's a great fit also. I'm not interested in other commissions like art, I have less expertise, or architecture, I will not bring much. But here, I think that between my background in finance, in electrical engineering, having worked in that field, having been on the board of Cable Corp, I have a lot to bring there, and I have a lot of interest in a wide variety of things. I've been associated with, more or less interested in utility generation and utility issues for a long, long time. In fact, I even visited, when there was an open house, I visited the water treatment plant in Palo Alto. And no, it was not with any other thought of applying here. Just having a strong interest for these things.
All right. Anyone else? Any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Claude. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night. And yeah, thanks for that. It must have been tough to be the last one, actually. And with that, we'll adjourn. We'll probably just wait for the city clerk. What?